insane, weighing heavy on my brain.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
Everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, weighing heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name.
It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Happy Saturday. I hope everyone's doing well. Okay. So we got some stuff to talk about. I'm sure you probably are aware of that. We got some stuff to talk about. I'm sure zero problems there. But it's a Saturday, so it actually is going to be pretty relaxing, I will say. We're gonna try and make it relaxing. Let's see who we have here. Who do we have here? We have Diego. Hello, Diego. How are you doing, Diego? You having a lovely day, Diego? I hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going well for you, Diego. Et cetera, et cetera. So glad you're here. Hello, Matt Guy. Matt Guy is here. Happy Saturday, Matt Guy. Happy Saturday, Matt Guy. What have you been up to, Matt Guy, since you've done your thesis? What do you have to do left in your life now? You're basically you're just chilling? Just chilling now, probably still teaching or something. I don't know. Just let me know. I'm curious. Exactly. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, yes, bipedalism sounds like woke evolution science to me. Exactly, Sir Bart. Yes, I'm gonna be a heretic today and defy defy the book of Genesis and commit a grave sin by talking a bit about it. So indeed. Hello, Sir Bart. So glad you're here. Hello, Mr. King K. Well, Mr. King K. Look who's here. It's Mr. King K. Hello, Mr. King K. Hello, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy. Always glad Dolly Boy's here. And Mr. King K, by the way. I went way too fast over Mr. King K. Happy you're here too, Mr. King K. Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you, Dolly Boy? How are you, Dolly Boy? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Hope you're doing well. Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here, Body Swap. Who else we got here? We got Louise. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here, Louise. So glad you're here as always, Louise. I'm doing fine, Louise. Nice weather today. Lovely weather. It's a bit hot actually, so I have a fan on me in case this sweater gets too hot, but I don't really have any other clean clothes, so I'm like, I guess I'll wear a sweater. All right. Unless I want to dress like a whore for all of you, which, I don't know. I'm not really in a whore mood this Saturday. But anyway, hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. So glad you're here, Lurking Snow Leopard. So glad you're here, Lurking Snow Leopard. As always, love having Lurking Snow Leopard here. Always lurking, aren't you, Lurking Snow Leopard? Although technically you don't lurk. You're always in the chat and stuff. Hello, Retro Asher. Hello, Retro Asher. You got to go, Retro Asher. Thank you for stopping by. Glad to see you here, Retro Asher. Hail Gazoo, under his fin, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Writing papers, gotcha. Writing papers for your defense, I understand, Matt Saiga, I understand. Okay, Inverted Panda, hello, Inverted Panda. Hello, how are you today, Inverted Panda? How's the weather over there? How's the weather over there on the other side of the planet? How are things going? Okay, let's see here. Pizza That Giant, hello, a Pizza That Giant. How are you doing, a Pizza That Giant? You doing well? Thank you. I know I thought it looked good today too. I'm like, ooh, I didn't even do much with it. It just happens to look good. I guess I'm just having a good hair day. Thank you, Pizza That Giant. You know just what to say. You get a boop, boop. Okay. I'm like Donald Trump, guys. I will accept compliments blindly. And I like anyone who compliments me. If someone came up to me dressed like an SS officer and said, "Hey, handsome," I'd be like, "Oh, boop." Okay, no, don't clip that. I want to do that, but all right. But thank you, Pizza That Giant. Xander, hello, Xander. Hello, Xander. Xander says, "Don't mind me. Just came back to troll more." Please do, Xander. We love a good troll. Okay, we love a good troll. I mean, obviously, some trolls we don't like very much, but we do like a good troll once in a while. We can play with our food, right? But glad to see you here, Xander. Louise, 17 degrees here, so warm as well. Lovely, amazing, Louise, amazing. Okay, I had to quickly in my head remember what that 17 Celsius is compared to Fahrenheit, because Fahrenheit that'd be very cold. But anyway, Plant Sunshine, hello, Plant Sunshine. How are you doing, Plant Sunshine? How are things in Nederlanden? How are things in the Netherlands? You doing well over there, Plant Sunshine? How Inverted Panda, it's raining cats and dogs one moment and sunny the other. Oh, of course, Inverted Panda. That sounds like where I am. It sounds like the Midwest. Yay, right? Yay, I'd love that. I do like rain, though. Rain's lovely. Okay, it was Sir Bart, 5 degrees Celsius and raining over here. Yay, okay. Oh, okay. Wow, that doesn't sound Canadian at all. Just cold and rainy. And the same with you, Dolly Boy. That doesn't sound Scottish at all. 4 degrees Celsius and raining. Wow. Okay, doesn't sound stereotypically Scottish or Canadian at all. All right, guys. So many things to talk about. Although today we're going to be a bit more relaxed, folks. I'm going to be honest with you. Burn Jobby, by the way, hello, Burn Jobby. Did I say hello to you, Burn Jobby? I'm sorry. Did I ignore you? Did I ignore you, Burnjabi? Hello, Burnjabi. Forgive me. Oh, I've missed several people. James Nordhoff. Hello, James Nordhoff. Salute to you too, James Nordhoff. Salute to you too. Glad you're here. Yeah, Louise. And that's one of the strange things about the Midwest. It's also a Midwestern cultural thing to discuss the weather. So we have a shared cultural thing there. I wonder if that has to do with the number of Scots, Irish, and British people that settled in the Midwest. That's interesting, though, because that's a big Midwest thing, too. For my Midwesterners out there, my Middle Americaners out there, we love talking about the weather, don't we? We love talking about the weather. I actually literally like doing it. I watch weather shows all the time. Okay, Burnjabi, you said it's snowing for you again? I'm so sorry, Burnjabi. Okay, that's possible, Burnjabi. It might be because the weather is crazy. All right. Trump failed. The Mother Nature has been moody here, too. It was 80 a few days ago now. Ugh, God, I'm sorry, Trump failed. Yeah, no, nothing going on with nothing going on with climate change or anything, folks. Nothing happening there. Plant sunshine. It's raining over in the Netherlands. Fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Okay, you fought with your brother again, Matt Saga. I'm sorry. Your brother is kind of right wing, isn't he? I remember you telling me. I'm sorry you had to do that, Matt Saga. I'm sorry it came to that. Just don't forget, Matt Saga. It is okay to occasionally take a break and set boundaries, even with family members, if it is causing you distress. You know that. You don't need me to tell you that, but all right. Okay. All right, guys. So all right, guys. So we're gonna have sort of a fun stream. Honestly, I don't want to talk about too much that's super depressing. There's not much new stuff going on. I got you, Matt Saga. There's not much new stuff going on in the news. Thank you, Matt Saga. There's not much new stuff going on in the news. Yeah, there are a few things, and I know as soon as I say that, there'll be people that are like, well, but there's nothing terribly groundbreaking at the moment happening in the news. So we will look at the news a little bit later, okay? We'll see if there's anything particularly, if anything does shocking and groundbreaking happen while we're chatting and stuff, let me know. I'll also try to keep an eye on the news. But for now, we're going to, there's been some, there's still a war going on of aggression against Iran, etc. Israel's doing ethnic cleansing. I mean, it is what? It's just another day of the week. So, love that for us, I guess. The Trump gave the Strait of Hormuz 48 hours to be opened by Iran. Yeah, okay. We'll see about that. So we are going to, I wanted to start by talking about something kind of unrelated to the news. Just for now, don't worry, we'll look at the news, but it is a Saturday, so let's just talk about something a bit fun. Okay, let's talk about something a little bit fun, I guess, to begin with. I have a whole bunch of things lined up to show you. And we're just going to kind of chat about them, et cetera, et cetera. We also are going to watch eventually Mehdi Hassan's debate with Professor Jiang. Okay. So we'll do that a bit later because I really want to see him dismantle Jiang because Jiang is annoying to me. Okay. Jiang is very annoying to me. Yay. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for your exclamation of joy. All right. So, okay. Let's see here. So the first thing I want to talk about is bipedalism. So we're going to actually immediately start with some educational stuff. Are we going to start with education? Yeah, we'll start with some educational stuff. It'll just be quick. I just wanted to talk a little bit about bipedalism. I was in a mood today to talk about some anthropology stuff. So we're going to briefly talk about bipedalism, and then we will talk. How dare you, Dolly Boy? How dare you? And then we will do some other stuff. All right. So, by the way, guys, if we get, is Cody here? Is Cody here? I didn't see Cody. Hello, Cody. Aw. Oh, that's great, Cody. Have fun with your friends, okay? Have fun with your friends. Glad to see you here, Cody. So, guys, first thing here, if we get $50 during the stream today, I will do a Jester After Dark stream tonight, okay? So I'm willing to do a Jester After Dark stream tonight if we get $50 during the stream. I know that's a lot, but if we do get $50, I'll do a Jester After Dark stream, okay? Yeah, Mr. King K, Professor Jiang is a fraud. Okay, let's put it that way. He's not actually a professor, and he's kind of a lunatic. So anyway, we'll watch that later. But anyway, so let's watch this. Okay, so let me just talk about something real fast that I think is super interesting. It's not a great presentation. I made it really quickly, so forgive me that it's not pretty and stuff. But we can talk about it. And next week, if we have a if we have a quiz or whatever, if we have a Kahoot, you might need to remember this shit. Okay, anyway. Yeah, me too, Burnjabi. I think it's really cool. The theory that New World monkeys traveled on a raft over to the New World, the quote unquote New World, on like material. Correct. So, let's talk about bipedalism. Now, this is just a topic that I'm very interested in. Oh my God. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Dear God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for those 6 gifted subs. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Cody. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So 5, I got you. 5. Thank you. 5, not 6. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay. So bipedalism, guys, if we break down the word, but thank you, Cody. All right. Dear God. Bi meaning two. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, my NB English friend. Okay. Okay, so my NB car engineer. All right. So that is half of 50. Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai. All right. So bipedalism, bi meaning two, pedal meaning feet. Okay, so walking on 2 feet, walking on 2 legs. That's bipedalism. Okay, bipedalism. And human beings, that's one of the features of exactly, Dolly Boy. Bipedal, like bisexual, meaning attracted to both genders. Now, there is the word actually bisexual is somewhat outdated actually in some ways, and I don't mean that like in a negative way that people that use it, but think about it. The idea of like bisexual implying that there are 2 genders and that you can be attracted to them. It doesn't really matter. My point is yeah, pan. Some people have started using the word pan. It's kind of confusing, but yes. But yes, bisexual, same deal, same deal. And bisexual people being awesome, Dolly Boy, just to reaffirm that to everyone out there. Okay, bisexual people are awesome. Okay, and they're real, and I love them, and they're the best. Okay, no, Dolly Boy, no, that's the opposite of what I'm doing. Okay, all right. Okay, so hello, Fetty. So human beings, our ancestors did not used to watch. You're welcome, Drumfailed. Thank you so much, Louise. Our ancestors did not used to walk on 2 legs. Obviously, we used to be quadrupedal on all 4s, or semi quadrupedal, where we'd walk on all 4s and then occasionally kind of amble abound on 2 legs. Okay. So the question becomes why did we end up becoming bipedal? Why do we all walk on 2 legs? What are some of the benefits of it? What are some of the drawbacks of it? Okay? And most of you guys in your life, you will experience the drawbacks of walking on 2 legs. There are big issues with walking on 2 legs for our health. And it's a trade-off. It's an evolutionary trade-off. I'll explain here in a second. So here we have, obviously, human beings are primates. See, one of the earliest, there's sort of a debate amongst anthropologists about what the earliest species is that walked bipedally. Definitively, it was Australopithecus afarensis, who you can see here on the far left here. We know that one did walk on 2 legs, and then there was one before, or a couple before, that may have, but it's sort of unclear. Regardless, Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalis, and then us today, Homo sapiens sapiens. So it started with Australopithecus. If you go before Australopithecus, you see sort of a transition where the primates before that started kind of moving up and like slowly standing on 2 legs and were less on all 4s, and over time they kind of moved. And I could go into the details of how you can tell that when looking at a skeleton. I know way too much about this shit, but for the sake of, simplicity, I won't. One example though is right here, okay? So if you look here on the image, we have Australopithecus. I'm sorry, yeah, we have Australopithecus, or I'm sorry, I can't talk. We have a chimpanzee, Australopithecus, some other primates, etc. And you can see here that, look at the legs on the quadrupeds or the semi-quadrupeds, okay? Notice how they are bowed outward, all right? They're generally bowed outward. There's like almost a outward bowed. And then look at the human. It's kind of like their knees are coming together, all right? So one way you can tell that a species is moving towards bipedalism is how the symmetry of their legs. Are they more bent inward or are they more bent outward? Okay. So you can definitely tell that these older ones are not really made to be bipedal. They kind of are not made for that. All right. And their knees, the joints, the knees are all set up in a certain way that makes it more easy for them to walk around on four limbs instead of two. Okay, blah, 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 blah. We get it. Another thing here that is interesting about bipedalism, and this is also one of the problems with us walking around on two legs. For example, let's look at a chimpanzee. You'll notice that they have a much bigger pelvis. Okay, so like their pelvic bone. You see this big thing at the top here? I don't know if you guys can see my screen. I hope you can. This sort of the pelvis at the very top is sort of bigger, and there's a bigger hole in it. All right, there's a bigger hole in it. And that is because, guys, human beings and primates have really big brains. So if a female, and I am going to use the word female in this case because we're also often not talking about humans, were to give birth, you need a pretty big hole in your pelvis to fit that baby's head through that hole in the pelvis. And it is much easier to give birth when you have a bigger pelvis. Unfortunately, if once you start walking on two legs, you have a smaller pelvis. It is sort of necessary that you have a smaller pelvis to walk on two legs. And we see the hole that this sort of opening that a baby would travel through becomes smaller. And then by the time you're a human being, it's really small. And this is a problem evolutionarily, and it's a problem we still have today. All right. There's a theory here that so if you look at this screen here, it's called the God, I can't pronounce it. Obstetrical dilemma, where the benefits, being bipedal has benefits, but it also comes with negatives. It just happens to be that the benefits outweigh the negatives. So, for example, if you have a narrower pelvis, it allows you to move bipedally. It also reduces incidence problems you might have with your bone structure. Okay. However, it also means you have a much smaller birth canal. So, one of the reasons it's so painful to give birth is because, guys, it is not a joke to say that sometimes women will literally crack their pelvises will literally crack when they're giving birth because our birth canals are very small. And over time, more and more women have had to do C-sections because the birth canal is just so small because we're bipedal. And historically, this resulted in an extraordinarily large number of women dying during childbirth. Okay, and so yeah, a lot of women die during childbirth because we can walk on two legs. Now that's not the only reason, but I'm sure for any woman out there who has given birth, I know probably most of the women out there had it with with anesthesia, but can you imagine not having anesthesia and that crap? Yeah, exactly, Jonas. No, seriously though, Jonas. Female humans are not our pelvises are not perfect for birth. Okay, so I do think it's funny that the right wing is always screaming like females are perfectly built for birth. Well, okay. God clearly wasn't that competent in that regard because he was like, well, we'll just give them too small of a birth canal. All right. Regardless, guys, evolutionarily, that doesn't matter as much because evolution only cares about what sort of promotes survival and reproduction. So the benefits of I almost said bipedal locomotion allow more reproduction than is lost by having a thin birth canal. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. By the way, we also have other issues, guys. Tell me, guys, anyone here who knows someone who's elderly or anyone in here who is older, what are some pains? What are the most common pains you feel in your hips in your body, below the belt, I should say? Where do you feel a lot of pain a lot of the time? And people who are older can also guess. Knees and hips. Exactly, guys. Because being bipedal puts a lot of weight and pressure on our knees and our hips. That is an evolutionary problem, okay? It is an evolutionary thing. It's not really something that, like, you're gonna at some point in your life, you're gonna have knee and hip issues, okay? Because it's just how we evolved, and it's one of those trade-offs. The negatives of having pain in your knees and hips do not outweigh the positives of bipedalism. All right. There you go, Dubois. And I have family members who are younger and have issues with their knees. Okay. Yeah, you know, Louise, right? So, okay. And that it's not your fault. Okay. It's not necessarily everyone's fault. Yeah. So, like, yeah, exactly, Trump fail. And especially if you do a high work, exactly, Dolly Boy. Guys, another issue with bipedalism, and I didn't include it in here, is that you need to have an S-shaped spine. That kind of is something we evolved. Let me show you here real fast, okay? So Dolly Boy brings up another interesting point. S-shaped spine, okay? So an S-shaped curve. So you notice our spines have this sort of S curve. Other primates don't have that. So like chimpanzee spine. Okay, chimpanzee spine. All right. They have a much more almost straight up and down spine rather than ours. And our spine, because of how it's set up, puts a lot of pressure on our lower backs. And which it makes us very prone to back pain, okay? It does. Childbirth does weaken the back. So, very prone to back pain. So, yeah, it's almost inevitable, folks, that as you get older, you're gonna start having back pain to some extent, okay? Uh, so, thank you, evolution, right? Evolution isn't necessarily it doesn't do what necessarily feels good. It does what's best for reproduction, okay? And even then, sometimes it's not the best if it okay, well, that's a different story, but all right, so let's go on here. All right. So why then? Kind of, Louise, kind of. It's surprising we lived this long. Some other things. Nope, not really, Dolly Boy. Nope, not really. Okay. So let's talk about why is it then that we walk on two legs? Okay. Why is it we walk on two legs if we have all this shit happening? Okay. Like what could possibly be the overarching benefit of this if it causes us pain and things like that? All right. Okay. So it starts with this overarching theory, folks, called Savannah, not Savannah theory, the Savannah hypothesis. So early primates that we're related to lived in sort of jungles and forested areas. Okay. As a matter of fact, guys, that's why um, I've shown you before, guys, in all of our arms. If you look at our arms here, okay, you can look at your arm now if you'd like to. You see these right here. If you put your hands like a claw, you see these lines right here. Okay, I have two of them. Some people look at your arm if you want to. You can see these lines. Tell me how many you have. Do you have one? Do you have two? Do you have none? Okay. One, two, or none. Because some people have two, some people have three, some people have one, and some people have zero. These are an evolutionary leftover from when we used to climb around on trees. Okay, from when our ancestors used to climb around on trees and shit. All right. But we don't need it anymore, so it's been sort of slowly disappearing from our gene pool. And so some people still have it, some people don't. It's kind of one of those things, you get it or you don't, and it doesn't really matter. Okay. So eventually, though, our primate ancestors started moving out onto savannas, okay, which are open areas that are more arid. Okay. Yeah, vestigial. They're vestigial, okay? Okay, has one. I have one, therefore I am more evolved. There you go, Paul Squaw. Okay, you must be more evolved. We moved out into the savanna, which is, or at least our ancestors did, which is, and it's debated whether we evolved. Well, regardless, we moved out onto the savanna, and savannas are flat plains most of the time, with somewhat sparse vegetation, with little areas where there might be a grouping of trees or whatever. Okay, so when you're on a savanna, the first theory here, guys, is thermoregulation and water conservation. Okay, it was hot to live in the savanna. If you're living in a forest, it might be humid, but you're gonna not be exposed to as much sunlight, right? So look at this. This is called the thermoregulation and water conservation hypothesis, where if you're quadrupedal, if you're like a primate wandering around on the savanna, your back is completely exposed to solar radiation. Like, you will overheat very quickly wandering around in the open on an open savanna. And on top of that, your body is lower to the ground, and there is typically less wind and cooling factors closer to the ground. So if you're closer to the ground, you're not going to be getting the nice breeze that might come up the taller you are. All right. And so one theory here is that the benefit of bipedalism is that it allows you to regulate your temperature more and prevents you from being overexposed to the heat. All right. That also, by the way, folks, is partially why we might have hair on top of our heads. Okay. That helps protect you from solar radiation. It helps protect you from overheating. It also can make you provide more protection. I mean, can keep you warmer if you need warmth. All right. But that's another reason. So, one theory for bipedalism, and honestly, guys, it's probably a combination of these things, is that it helps us thermoregulate and it helps us conserve water. Because also, if you're on all fours, water is going to evaporate from your skin out your back faster rather than getting kind of trapped in your body and only coming out through your head and shoulders. Does that make sense? So, it allows you to keep more water and it keeps you regulated when it comes to your heat. Okay. All right. So that's one theory, thermoregulation and water conservation. The next one here, free hands. This is the one I really buy. I think it's a combination, but free hands. Guys, if you can have if you walk on two legs, boy, does that free up your hands to do all kinds of stuff. And it does not seem to be a coincidence that bipedalism evolved alongside of the invention of tool use. Okay? So yeah, if you have free hands, you can start using tools. And oh my God, does that really improve your uh improve your ability to do shit. Okay? That alone, having free hands might be enough to counteract the negative effects of small birth canals and pain and things like that. Because tool use is like crazy. It's really good. Now, we do know, however, folks, that chimpanzees also use tools and they're semi quadrupeds or they're mainly quadrupeds. So it's possible that that started first, but having two free hands allows you to invent new and better tools that than what chimpanzees might be using today. Okay. You see what I mean? Anyway, yeah, look at my hands. There you go. Okay. So free hands, it gives you free hands. That's a really big evolutionary thing. By the way, that also makes it more beneficial to develop your brain more. Okay. Because you need to, if you have free hands and suddenly you start developing your brain, you're going to start inventing all kinds of cool shit. Okay. Yeah, Trump failed. The chimpanzees do use tools. Here's another one: carrying the yun. Okay, so we have to remember too, guys, that one of the other changes that took place when we became bipedal is our feet. I'm going to show you here. All right, so human versus primate feet. Look at this. So here you have Pan, which is the chimpanzees. Okay. Chimpanzees have an opposable toe. It's like a thumb, but on their feet. Okay. It's like a thumb, but on their feet. And that is useful if you are moving around in trees and stuff. It is not really useful if you're bipedal because it does not provide much balance. So human beings over time I am Dolly Boy, yes. Human beings over time started developing, okay, we lost that opposable toe and our feet became a way that allows us to be more balanced when walking bipedally. Well, there's a negative to that. There's a negative. Our children, babies, no longer have opposable thumbs on opposable toes, so it's harder for them to hold on to their mother, right? So let me show you here. Here's an image. So you see here, you have a baby chimp on the back of a chimp, and it can hold on to the mother really easily because it has both its hands and its feet, and it can really hold on, and the mother doesn't really have to do anything, right? The mother can just kind of go about her day with this baby holding on. Now, for those of you who have had babies, you know they have a strong grip, right? Dear God. Babies really they have a shockingly strong grip. If I don't know, has anyone experienced that? Had a baby or known a baby or whatever, and you can feel how strong that baby's grip is sometimes. Okay. they can hold pretty strongly onto things. All right. I don't know if anyone has experienced that. Regardless, they don't have opposable toes, so it's going to be. And most women and mothers, and most women and mothers. I'm sorry, most mothers, I should say, don't have hair all over their bodies that can be used for that baby to hold on to. So basically the main way you can move about with a child on you is by holding them in your arms or strapping them to your body with a tool. But we could no longer let the baby just hold on to us. So one theory here is that having free arms allows moving groups of humans and bipedal species to hold on to their children. Okay. So there you go. Okay. So tools, carrying children, thermoregulation. Let's go on to another one. Seeing predators and prey, right? If you're standing up and you're like 4 feet, 5 feet tall or whatever, 6 feet tall, you have a better range of vision. It's just well known. Okay. You can see farther. You can see a little bit farther over the horizon. Okay. And it's well known too that primates don't have very good smell, especially as our faces got smaller. Our olfactory glands are not great. Like dogs way outdo us when it comes to smell. We're much more visual. Our eyesight's not great, but it's much better than our smell. Okay, so standing up makes it much easier to see what they could to early humans to see what they could not smell. Right. So being able to stand up on 2 feet gives you a wider range of view, so you can see predators and prey. All right. So there's another example of a benefit of being bipedal. Okay. It also Another thing I didn't put on here is that walking around bipedally takes a lot less energy than walking around on all fours. So it actually saves energy to walk around bipedally. All right. So all these things combined, seeing predators and prey, saving energy, carrying the young, having free hands, thermoregulation, and water conservation, all these things together outweigh the negatives of being bipedal, even though you're all going to suffer from bipedalism at some point in your lives. Okay. So that's just a little presentation there on, there you go, Paul Squaw, the mint julep, the blessings of being bipedal. Okay. One of the, that's why we're bipedal. Okay. Generally speaking, is for those reasons. And there's another reason too that was this is kind of funny. I think I've shown this to you guys before. One other theory as to why we're bipedal, folks, and why we have hair in our heads is that I don't believe this. I think it's bullshit. I think it's kind of funny. Was the what is it called? So there was a theory by an anthropologist. Let me show you. I'll draw it for you. And it was taken seriously for a while, but I just think it's too funny for me to take seriously. So imagine here you have I don't know, a woman. Yeah. I'm being stereotypical about her hair, whatever. Okay, a woman, and she has a dress on because I'm being stereotypical, and obviously this would not be the case like 8 million years ago or whatever. Okay, and there is water, right? So you have water. She comes across a river, and her group of humans or hominins are trying to go across this river, and they have children. So the theory that this anthropologist came up with is that we're bipedal so that we can walk across rivers, and that we have hair on our heads so that babies and toddlers can hold on to the hair and float across the river as we're walking across the river. And I really think that's likely not the case for a number of reasons. Because I suspect that, how dare you, weird amorphous blob? I know I'm being like ridiculous with this drawing, but I don't think that we evolved bipedally so that babies could hold on to our hair and float across a river. I just feel like that's a bit much. And also, it's not necessarily safe to walk across a lot of rivers. So, like, that might not be great. And also, I doubt a baby would always be holding on the whole time. They might fall off. And anyway, so that's just another note. I think that's what is it called? I think it's called the aqueous theory. of like, so that they can hold on to a hair. Okay. Anyway, so that's another theory that I didn't mention because I don't like it. So I'm being biased. I don't like that theory. Yeah, I don't think that's really the best idea. Exactly, and wash away. Like I don't think that's a great theory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're right, I will say, Louise. One of the compelling parts of this theory, guys, is that like our hair doesn't hold water, or at least it kind of it. Well, it does. It does hold water. I should say it isn't as um eh, well, okay. Okay, first of all, by the way, Louise is joking. When Louise says it doesn't hold water, she's literally joking as in like, ha ha ha, it doesn't hold water. But there is some thought out there that like human hair on your head is like thicker and it's more water resistant. That's not fully true. I mean, it is true, but then that might be why our hair on our heads are thicker, is because it is you know, it can be used that way. All right. There you go, Xander. Okay. There you go, Xander. I guess for some people it is waterproof. Okay. So yeah, but again, exactly, guys. This is why I don't like this theory. And it was briefly because that's what scientists do. There were some studies done on this, or like, as much as you can do a study, there was looking at some things about this, and most anthropologists don't believe this anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like this was just something that one anthropologist came up with, and that's why it's not even taken seriously anymore. But these ones are taken seriously. Okay. All right. So there we go. Yeah, it probably did, Jonas. I would bet, Jonas, it did. And by the way, guys, we all know that the first humans were black, right? Like, we do know that, like, the first humans were almost definitely black. You I don't know how you couldn't be. You were living on the savannah with heat coming down in Africa, okay? And yeah, they were black. The first humans were black, or at the very least, they may not have been, um, okay, yes, they were black, okay. Is this not no, weird amorphous blob, it is common knowledge, I think. So, it only makes sense. Yeah, Africa was the cradle of civilization, and knowing the amount of sunlight in Africa, it would only make sense that early humans were black. As a matter of fact, especially if you're living on a savanna, okay? Um, yeah. And by the way, so okay, we all by so yes, guys, don't tell your right wing neighbor this. Don't tell Xander. Thank you, Xander. I love that, Xander. I was about to joke about this, Xander. Guys, don't tell your don't tell your conservative white skin neighbors, but we all came from black people. White people are a weird mutation, okay? We're like, we all came from Africa. We're all descended from people who were black. Okay, so technically, we're the weird mutants here. Okay, anyway, just saying. All right, so and to be clear, guys, someone tell me in the chat. I'm going to put up my face for this. Well, actually, I won't. Someone tell me in the chat, why is it that what is important about black skin? Why is black skin important for survival? Okay, someone tell me. And it is not what you think it is, I'm certain. All right, it is not necessarily what you think it is. Okay, correct. Okay, correct. Most people would say it is skin cancer. No. No. Skin cancer is not the reason why we have black skin. We had dark skin. At least it is not the main reason why why people have dark skin. Let me to explain. Yes, exactly, Xander. Black people are prone to skin cancer. Let me explain, okay? So that was sort of that was sort of a false idea that was spread. I know a lot of people still think that. That is not what the modern ideas are, okay? So think about it. Evolution cares about reproduction. So if we would have to figure out how does black skin protect the body's ability to reproduce? Skin cancer does not necessarily stop your ability to reproduce. And as a matter, okay, and also black people still get skin cancer. So why might black skin, then you probably won't know this because it's kind of unintuitive, uh, make it easier to reproduce? Well, so when you're, okay, ultraviolet light from the sun will get into your bloodstream. It will literally destroy certain chemicals in your bloodstream. One in particular called folate. Okay. Okay. Folate. So folate is vitamin B9, okay? And it is vitally important for fetal development and also not having enough B9 can damage your fallopian tubes, the growth of fallopian tubes and things like that. Okay. So having your skin protected with dark color prevents the destruction of folate in your blood, which if you lose too much folate, you're gonna have um you're gonna have issues. Okay, you're not gonna be able to have the fetus is gonna have issues. You see what I mean? Okay. You might not develop fallopian tubes properly. You might have other issues with your reproduction. So, yeah, the sun literally cooks your blood and destroys folate. Now, it does, however, having dark skin, as I said, guys, as I said, okay, having dark skin also comes with negatives, okay? And this is evolution. Evolution always has trade offs. If you're in a place with a lot of sun, okay, black skin is fine because you're still gonna get enough vitamin D, right? And especially if you don't have much of a fish diet, you need there you go, Xander. Okay, if you have black skin, sunlight helps produce vitamin D for your body, and vitamin D is very important for lots of different things. Now then, let's say you live in Europe or like Northern Europe, especially where there isn't as much sun. What might be a negative of having black skin if you were way back when? What might be a negative if you have black skin in a place where there isn't as much sunlight and it isn't as direct and on you all the time? Now, by the way, I'm just talking. Okay, any ideas there? What might be a negative then if you have light skin and you don't? Yeah, less vitamin D, and you need that vitamin D. So over time, lighter skinned black people, okay, over time, the black folks that traveled elsewhere, they have evolved to have less dark skin so that they could still get vitamin D and such. And so that's why it's that way. Now, Xander, I'm not okay. I know it's kind of gross to talk about like skin color and with biological means, but it's true. One of the reasons, guys, that like in America, there's a lot of our milk is fortified with vitamin D, is because there are lots of people in the United States who don't get enough vitamin D, especially African American folks. And I'm not okay. You guys know what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. Black folks oftentimes suffer with vitamin D deficiency in cold countries. So a lot of times, you know what I mean, okay? So a lot of times, by the way, white people do too now, because under this capitalist system, we're always working indoors and shit like that. Regardless, that's why the government often enforces, like, puts vitamin D in milk and shit like that, okay, to make sure everyone's getting enough vitamin D. But anyway, so yeah, that's why, okay? And it's not like it's not an unsolvable problem. We just need to take some vitamin D or eat. You can also fix this by eating a lot of fish, all right? Eating a lot of fish or eating a lot of things with vitamin D in it. But yeah, so there we go, okay? That's why some people have dark skin, some people have light skin, and it doesn't mean a damn thing. Like, obviously, guys, we're all human beings. It's like such a tiny thing genetically. The skin color thing, it's so tiny. And there are more genetic differences between two people of the same quote unquote race than there are between two people of different races. That's not a joke. And I'll say it again. There are more genetic differences between two people of the same race than there are between two people of different races. Okay. There's no differences. We're all human. It's just that there's some, okay, legit though. I think I'm faster just purely because I'm black. I don't know, Xander. I don't think so. I'd have to, that's possible, Xander. I don't know. I would have to look into that. I will say, well, I don't really want to get too much in this. There's a lot of, stuff out there about this. I can give you one example. I don't know and guys, if this theory still isn't, if this theory still isn't good today, it might not be good. I haven't looked it up recently. In America, for example, African Americans who have origin, who literally have been here since slave times, okay, they oftentimes have an issue with retaining too much sodium in their bodies. And this is not the same for Black Africans who live in Africa, okay? And one of the this is really dark, okay? This is really dark. This is really dark, okay? Uh, so when you are enslaved, you need to constantly hydrate because you're being worked to death. We all know this, right? And one of the big reasons is not because you'll become dehydrated, is because you will lose too much sodium and electrolytes because you'll sweat it all out and then you will die. So a lot of the early Africans who were brought over from Africa died if they were not able to retain enough sodium in their bodies. The ones that were left were the ones who were retaining a lot of sodium for whatever reason, for random evolutionary reasons, mutational reasons, okay? And to this day, uh, African Americans who have been here, were brought here uh, through the slave trade, a lot of them are the descendants of the slaves that survived, and many of those slaves that survived retained a lot of sodium. And unfortunately, since slavery does not exist in that way anymore, it's unhealthy to have to retain so much sodium. So in a weird way, slavery is still killing people or hurting people's health, okay? Because now African Americans have to they have to be a bit more careful about if you know what I mean, about uh about their diets, etc., or like heart disease and stuff like that, okay? All right. Does that make sense? Okay, Jonas, famines do the same thing. You're right. Okay, they do the same thing. Correct, Jonas. Higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. And that's exactly okay because the people who it's really dark, but that's how it is. Yeah, no, I know, Fetty, and I don't like talking about that. Yeah, Xander, correct. And there's other forms of structural violence here. Like, for example, there's a correlation between poverty. There's a correlation between poverty and um, obesity. Okay, and we all know that there have been structural. Shocking, Xander. Who would have thought? Which obviously they do. Okay, historically there's been purposeful ethnic cleansing of Black people. So yes, okay. And yeah. So there you go. That's just a note. Yeah, yes, Jonas. It has damaging effects over time. It really does. Massive damaging effects. All right. So what you said before, Xander, about like um physiological differences, I suspect that is not true for Black people overall. What do I mean by that? It depends, right? Like if you're well, it depends. Okay, like if you're African ancestry and you come from Morocco, where there wasn't as much, and you had never been kidnapped as an enslaved person and brought over to the New World, that might not be. You might not have some of those genetic things that come along with the abuse and the death and the killing, if that makes sense. Anyway, so I don't need to get into it. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Trandine. It's why yep, doesn't help many of us live in food desert 100%, okay? 100%. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm just talking about I'm just saying that, it's because of the death caused by slavery. It is also because poverty is linked to obesity and living in food deserts and and not having access to good nutritious food because of living in food deserts, and it's more expensive. So there's also still massive structural violence happening against Black and brown people. Okay. Um, so yeah. All right. All right. So but just a note there. Also, guys, another point here that we don't talk about. Yeah, exactly. You got it, Jonas. I was going to say that too. There's lots of genetic difference amongst different Black folks because like Africa's a big place. Anyway, I also wanted to point out another thing that we don't get talked about in terms of structural violence against especially Black folks, but also brown folks, is stress. Stress destroys your health. Like every study shows it. And trust me, if you're living in poverty and you're being abused by the police and you're, you're struggling, that's going to cause a lot of stress. You're not going to live as long. That's going to increase your blood pressure. That's going to increase heart disease. That's going to increase incidence of mental health issues. That's going to increase addiction. I mean, so that's another form of structural violence is stress that we don't talk about. The mass amount of stress that is put upon Black folks every single day. That's more than just the direct things, also the direct stress that is put on Black folks. Okay. Um, yeah, LaCroix, I know it's crazy. All right. Also, just the fear of racism and violence and stuff is really does a lot of harm and damage to people's mental health. Okay. By the way, guys, if you think that, all right, you should also understand that it's mainly it's a poverty thing. So if you go to West Virginia, you will also see high rates of drug addiction. You will see high rates of heart disease and obesity and things like that because poverty is also a big like most of this stuff is linked to extreme poverty. Anyway, and the stress it causes and stuff like that. But anyway, moving on. We got that. We got that. So that's just a little side note there. Yep. Yep. Yes. Do. Trey, so by the way, Trey, Dean, you've been in here before. Are you in the United States? You don't have to tell me. I didn't know much about you, I don't think. You said that's why African Americans have more cases of health issues. Yeah. Do you live in the United States? Oh, well, I guess African American. That implies that yes, you do. Okay. Xander, you live in Canada? I'm just curious. I just like knowing about folks in here. Jonas, I've met plenty of older Somali men who were traumatized by the Civil War. Jonas, I am not surprised. And I bet there's a lot of people in Somalia that were also traumatized and damaged mentally and physically by the famines, okay, and the wars and all the other stuff. Okay, yeah, Trump failed. Okay, so what happened there? LaCroix, thank you, LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix, for gifting that gift sub to Xander. All right. Gotcha. Cool, Trey. Trey, excellent. Glad to see you here. All right. All right. I'm just curious. All right. So that's just a little story there. Okay. I just wanted to briefly talk about some of the evolutionary things, and then I got into skin color. Okay. So yeah. All right. All right. Okay. And also, guys, just to clarify, I'm going to put my face up before I go on here, just to clarify, because I always get uncomfortable talking about these things. I'm sure you guys can understand why, but this has nothing to do with IQ, right? We know that, right? That's complete bullshit. That's made up bullshit. Like I said, tiny genetic differences between people, very tiny, and zero evidence of any IQ differences, any differences in humanity. Right. I mean, come on. All right. That's just stupid okay. But, yeah. All right. Anyway. So, Jonas, you said you should watch a creationist video. Actually, you're right. Let's do that, Jonas. How do I find that? How should we find that? What should I, do you have a suggestion, Jonas? Okay. We should do Kent Hovind. I'm going to lose my mind if we do Kent Hovind, but fine. All right. Dear God. You know what? But first, guys, let's do this first. On the line of creationists, I wanted to show you a video. I think you'll all love it because you guys know how much I love religious nuts. Okay, so by the way, not everyone who's religious, just some of the crazier beliefs kind of weird me out. Okay, so let's see here. Thank you, Jonas. But before I watch what Jonas said, I'm going to pull it up here. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Jonas, this is a great video. I'm gonna lose my mind. I can tell already I'm gonna lose my mind watching it. Okay. But this is so yesterday, guys, Trump had his little faith cult, his little his apocalyptic death cult came up and gave a blessing over him about the Iran war. Just a reminder, guys, we have a far-right death cult who wants the apocalypse to happen and is basically begging for it in charge of the government. So the next time someone tells you, Iran is religiously radical, don't forget we have a far-right Christian death cult who has a lot of influence in this country. So let's just watch this. You know, I don't even know if it's that crazy. It's 2 minutes long. The blessing and the meeting and shit they had yesterday.
People in this room, and we're leaving a few out, but it's only because we don't see you.
Let us pray.
Everyone pray.
Father, you tell us in the book of Esther that the Persians, the Iranians,
I'm sorry, what is with this music in the background? Yeah, please pray. But what is this music in the background?
were
Everyone pray.
wanting to kill
You put your hands together, Fetty. You put your hands together. We're praying.
every Jew, woman, child, and do it all in one day. But you raised up Esther to save the Jewish people. Father, we thank you.
Okay.
Today,
Tell me about
the
it.
Iranians, the wicked regime of the
Yeah, doesn't this? You're totally right, LaQuad. Doesn't this gold eagle look doesn't this golden eagle look kind of how do I put this, Nazi-esque? You know, a little bit imperial.
of this government wants to kill every Jew and destroy them with an atomic fire. But you have raised up President Trump. You've raised him up for such a time as this. And Father, we pray that you'll give him victory.
Oh God, Father, I'd like to pray that all those please allow our missiles to hit more schools. Please burn all those little girls in that school. Crush their skulls with concrete, Father. We pray, we do pray that your missiles strike true on that civilian infrastructure. Father, we know that in the good book it says that you should do a war crime every now and then, you know, once in a while. Let's make sure we do a war crime, Father. Okay, we got it. Okay, we get that's what he sounds like.
Father, we pray for our military that you'd watch over, protect them. Father, we pray for the people of Iran who want freedom to be set free from these Islamic lunatics.
Says the lunatic who wants the apocalypse to break out.
Father, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who came to this earth to take our sins, that he died and shed his blood.
Sexy twink Jesus, remember? I've seen Jesus on the cross. He's a sexy man, okay? He's kind of a twink.
Blood on a cross for our
You know what, HGMS?
sins, that he was buried. He took our sins to the grave, but you raised him to life. And Father, we thank you and we praise you and we give you the glory. Father, protect
Hello, Hiyori.
President Trump. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, this is
And
cute.
Mr. President, no one
All right.
has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life.
Mm-hmm.
You were betrayed
$10 says she's about to compare him to Jesus.
and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
She does, Louise?
God always had a plan.
Oh,
On the
God.
third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave.
Wait a minute, but Israel is still around, so clearly he didn't defeat evil. Okay, anyway, right.
And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because
What?
he was victorious, you were victorious.
What?
And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Wait, I don't get it. What is? Honestly, though, I'm honestly asking, what the hell does that mean? Does anyone? Yeah, Jonas. Does anyone like from maybe an evangelical, like a Protestant group? Because I was raised Catholic. What does that mean? Because he's victorious, you will be victorious. Is that just her basically saying he's Jesus? LaCroix, I walked up on a reenactment of people crucifying Jesus yesterday. Not gonna lie, it's really effing weird to watch people pretend to execute people. Yeah, I know, LaCroix. And guys, again, please, I respect I respect anyone's religion. You have to forgive me though. I've had trauma in the past as a gay man with organized religion, so I do make fun of it. Please forgive me, believe what you want. But I always thought it was really fucked up that, like, especially Catholics love, that's all they display anywhere is a giant image of Jesus being sacrificed on a cross, okay? You know, like, it's like, okay, why are we showing a torture image? Um, see here, Trey, if Jesus came to America, they deport. Oh, totally, Trey, because he was a Middle Eastern man. Of course they would. They would have immediately deported him. Okay, I see. Victorious in death because he was resurrected. I got you, Doug. Okay, yeah, he died. Okay, I got it, guys. I got it. All right, we'll continue. Okay, there we go. So let's watch what Jonas sent us. This will be fun. I'm excited. Now, we might not watch the whole thing, but I'm excited to watch it. Evolutionary biologist reacts to creationist arguments. Ooh, you know what? I don't know. That might be way too long. Thank you, Marzipan. We'll watch some of it, and then if it gets too long, I'd rather just react to their arguments myself if I can find the original video. Can we find the original video? Regardless, that's okay. I'll just watch. Let's go here.
Debunked in 1 minute.
Believe in evolution?
Yeah, I do believe in evolution.
Got a question for you. The eye to work with all parts, it has to be complete. How did man see before the eye evolved?
I'm using the other senses, I assume.
So just feeling and touching? Yeah. And how did he find his first mate to reproduce? Because she's going to be blind too, because her eyes aren't involved. So both of them are blind, stumbling around. How do they find each other and then have offspring?
I'm not sure I can answer that one.
Do you know what epiglottis is?
No, I do not.
It's your Adam's apple. It's in your throat. It's an apparatus that stops the food going down the lungs. You'd be dead without it. You'd choke to death. How did man eat food before his epiglottis evolved?
I have no clue. I can't think of anything.
Oh my God, it's called never mind.
Speaking of thinking, how did man think before his brain evolved? How did he walk around and look for food?
Well, because he wasn't man. He wasn't. That's because before he did, we were not humans at that point. If I don't, okay, that's just a really stupid argument because I guess you're right. Weird Amorphous Blob says because evolution is a lie, you dummy. Thank you, Weird Amorphous Blob. You're right. I am just a dummy. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Thank you, guys. Guys, I'll put on the jester hat since we've gotten so many donations. I mentioned before, guys, if we get $50, we'll do a Jester After Dark stream tonight. All right. Yeah, what else? There we go. Okay. All right. Is the audio on this video weird or is it just me? By the way, guys, so for those that just came in here, this is like a Saturday, this is sort of a Saturday fun stream. I know that there's honestly there's not much new in the news, and unless something drastic happens, we'll talk about the news a little bit later. Yes, I know there's actually stuff happening. We're at war illegally and stuff. You know, more war crimes, shit. You know, so we're going to have a chill Saturday, but we will talk a little bit about the news. If anything shocking happens, let me know. In the meantime, I will say this though, guys. America has now lost 2 Black Hawk helicopters, an F-15 jet, an F-16 jet, and a Warthog attack plane, which is funny. It's just funny to me. You know why it's funny? It's funny because, first of all, the Trump administration and military claimed that they had air superiority. Clearly not. Second of all, those are not easy to shoot down. And apparently Iran is, you know, who would have thought they weren't prepared for Iran's ability to do these things? And second of all, because America deserves to lose. Okay, so anyway, that's my story. That's a horrible thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's not horrible. It's just true. Okay, see here. You seem happy, Sierra. I am happy, Matt Saigai. It's Saturday. It's nice outside. Yeah, me too, Louise. I thought Iran didn't have any more firepower. I guess not. Right, Jonas. What happened to their I thought their military capacity had been demolished. Exactly, Jonas. So it's just kind of cute to me. And, I am very tempted. I really wish I could find a video of one of these things getting shot down. I would gladly stand there and give a salute and say the Star-Spangled Banner as an American A-10 Warthog burns and crashes to the ground. Oh, say, can you see? Okay, see that would make me feel patriotic right there. Anyway, okay. Symbolic of the whole goddamn empire. Okay, so moving on here. What is this, Matt Saga? What'd you send me? Gotta tell me what it is, man. Guy. What is it? Okay, let's keep watching this for a second.
Look for a woman and live before his brain evolves, because it's not going to work if it's not evolved. So how did that happen?
I would assume, like, in time, takes long periods of time to do, I guess, like, accomplish one thing, I guess, by moving.
How long did he have to wait for his brain to evolve?
Yeah,
We're talking
I know,
millions of
Yari,
years.
that's
Who knows?
Ask these questions of your evolutionary teacher next time he tells you this and see what he says. He'll have no answer for them.
You mean Rick Steves, Matt Slug? I like Rick Steves.
Because evolutionist believers have a certain language. They say maybe, perhaps, probably, could have. There's no facts.
Okay, Jonas, this looks good, but I'm not gonna watch it right now. I think it's a bit too long. I like the look of it. We'll watch it a different time, but I'm gonna save it for next time. But I have other stuff planned, but that looks amazing, Jonas. We'll watch that at some point. Give me a sec. Am I even the right? No, I'm not even in the right account. Oops. No. Switch account. Okay.
Evolution.
There we go. I'm gonna save it. All right. Okay, guys, I have some other things I wanted to show all of you. So that we talked a little bit about bipedalism, because why the hell not? All right. And also, I saw this video. What is this? Patriotic M16?
How do I start an F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16. Set the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines chew. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Roll out the REL power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
That's good. Thank you for that. I really want to play Ace Combat now, guys. Oh my god, I love Ace Combat. I need to do another Ace Combat stream. I like, I'm not pro Death and Destruction, but I love fighter pilot simulators. I really need to play. I really want to keep playing. God damn it, I really want to play Ace Combat now. Anyway, fighter pilot simulator. Is that what this is, Meowzord?
Yeah, this is a real.
Oh my god, that is so funny. You can play Elden Ring as a fighter pilot.
As a fighter jet. I don't really
Oh
have
my
much
god, I'm
intro
gonna
to
get
say,
that. That's
apart
hilarious.
from mod links in the description if you want to try it out yourself. And also, to
That's
make
so
this
cool.
a bit more fun, I played this all with a real flight stick controller. We are
That is so funny. Okay, I'm gonna get that. That's hilarious. Thank you, Malzard. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm off track. But I really want to play Ace Combat now. Maybe we'll do it at some point soon. Okay. All right. So let's go back here. Something else I wanted to show you all. I wanted to in regards to Islam. All right. I don't know much about this guy, but I watched this thing of his. His name is Matthew Cook. And he has a channel. It's only 7 minutes long, but in this 7-minute video, he talks about anti-Islamic propaganda. And he kind of goes after Islamophobia, and I really appreciated it, okay? And he's right. And I really want you guys to hear it because he frames it in a very clever way, in a very artistic way. So let's listen to him on Islamophobia and Islam. And just listen, all right?
This propaganda
We'll talk
campaign
about it.
that's battering Americans and Britons and the entire West, trying to convince them that Islam is incompatible, is terrorism, is outside of Judeo-Christian values. This whole thing is a psychological warfare campaign, not just against Muslims, but everybody, all the people of planet Earth. The Romans had a name for this. It was called divide, et impera.
Divide
and rule. The
Okay,
phrase
well.
was made famous by the father of Alexander the Great, King Philip II of Macedon, who bribed all the rulers of the most powerful cities in Greece, offered military protection to Athens, Thebes, and Corinth, promised gold and trade deals with Thessaly and the Chalcidians and the Illyrians and the Thracians, and promised everyone something under one condition, that those rulers would never ally with each other. And then behind all their backs, he bribed their politicians, fed their rivalries and civil wars, and let them exhaust themselves fighting each other. And while all this was happening, there was an Athenian orator, Demosthenes.
You got to admit, that's pretty I mean, it's evil, but it's clever. That's a very dark Machiavellian strategy he did. By the way, Demosthenes, is Demosthenes even here today? Because we have Demosthenes in chat.
Is watching in horror, seeing what King Philip was doing, giving speech after speech, sounding the alarm year after year. Philip is playing all of you against each other. But there is so much to gain by playing that game of divide and rule. It's a pyramid scheme. It rewards the people at the bottom, the indoctrinated.
Kiana, you're Yuri. You're not Hiyori, because we also have a Hiyori. Am I mixing you guys up? You're Yuri, and then Hiyori is someone else. Okay, I think I get it now, Kiana. Forgive me. Excuse me, Yuri. Forgive me, Yuri, if I've been using the wrong name for you.
With a feeling that they belong, that they're protected, that they're superior to those outside the pyramid, and all their snake oil preachers, they get paid with riches and fame. But the pyramid scheme is a trap. In the end, it collapses and consumes everyone. By the time all the rulers of the cities of Greece and their followers realized what King Philip had done to them, it was far too late. They were all destroyed and subjugated. Divide et impera.
Oh my God, Kiana, see, I'm getting it wrong. So you are Hiyori. Okay, I think I'm getting it.
It's the strategy of the ruling classes who conspire with heads of state, the Fortune 1000, their media platforms. All of our major institutions are filled with these parasites, loyal to no people, nation, nor religion, but the Church of the Golden Calf, which idolizes material wealth and power as the highest value of human achievement, not recognizing that force of greed, which has filled and consumed their character, has of course stripped them of any human qualities.
Right.
Divide et impera. That was the basis of the very first crusade that began peddling anti-Islamic propaganda under Pope Urban II. The Catholic Church was based in Rome, but France was the most powerful Catholic kingdom. And that's where Urban gave his famous speech in the Champagne region of northeastern France, where he described Muslims as a vile and degenerate race and accused them of all kinds of unspeakable atrocities and framed the necessary conquest of Jerusalem as a direct command from God. Pope Urban told the people that if they killed Muslims, they would go right to heaven. And the crowd's response was Dieu le veut. And the monks translated that from French into Latin, Deus vult, God wills it. And those words, the motto of the crusade.
By the way, you know, if you ever meet someone that has Deus vult tattooed on their skin, run away. Go as far away from that person as possible. Unless, of course, they immediately start apologizing and saying, I know it says this, but it's okay. I don't actually believe that. Okay. Run away. Come on. I'm sure everyone out there has met someone who might love that phrase. I have before. Maybe not everyone has. But like you'll see people with that username Deus Vult, or they have that in their socials, or has a tattoo with Deus Vult on it. Automatically, like, honestly, it's like one of the darkest phrases I can imagine for someone to have on their bodies. It's gross to have that. Yeah, he has a bunch of sketchy tattoos on here. He has an American flag with an assault rifle. It's just, yeah, just run away. Don't trust someone who loves the phrase Deus Vult, okay?
Are tattooed on our self-proclaimed.
Yeah, Here's another person you shouldn't trust with this iron crusading cross. And Pete Hegseth also, of course, has the gun and the flag. Just again, guys, just, you know, people to keep away of, people to keep far away from. Yeah. This is absolutely Pete Hegseth. He has all these tattoos. So Yeah, run away is what you should see that, okay? Uh, yes, there is a Hiyori, but it's not. It's it's that's not bad because it's Japanese. They're not using it in that sort of way. But Yi, yes, it's Latin. Deus Vult is Latin. It means God wills it, and it was a rallying cry to go start slaughtering Muslims in the Middle East.
Claimed U.S. Secretary of War. Pope Urban's crusade massacred millions of people, not only Muslims, but Jews and Eastern Christians. And for the Pope, this served a purpose. They were a human sacrifice, which unified the European nobility under his papal authority. It gave all those landless knights a quest to die for, and it redirected all the internal European violence outward towards somebody else.
That sounds kind of fascist, right? Now, obviously, this is not fascism. This is a very different time period, different economic situation and such, but those tactics have been used for a long time, right?
Meanwhile, the ruling classes for a short time could collect their gold. The church made Pope Urban a blessed saint. But the crusade had failed in every regard. It failed to take Jerusalem. It failed to build a civilization of any kind, let alone a Christian one. The Pope had called Muslims a vile and degenerate race, and then spent the next 3 centuries rebuilding society on what it learned from Muslims. Because in reality, up until that first crusade, Europe was in the Dark Ages. It was burning heretics, collapsing, illiterate, and the Islamic world that they
Guys, it's so true though. It's like it's almost embarrassing. Because I'm European origin, obviously. American, but European origin. But like Europe in the Dark Ages was like kind of a shithole. Okay. Not exactly the best place. I once had a professor who said that who basically said, what is the best word you can use to describe the Dark Ages? Dark Ages, and the professor said swamp. It was just like a swamp. It was just like an unpleasant. Anyway, so Europe was way behind, and if it weren't for the Islamic Golden Age, a lot of that knowledge may have been a lot of knowledge may have been lost and never been recovered. But so anyway, yeah, absolute backwater, like absolute backwater. As a matter of fact, the kings at the time, so like the early kings of, yeah, it really was. Um, yeah, I know, shocking, Lacroix. The early kings of Europe could hardly be called kings. They had like no ability to control their realms, so they literally had to constantly travel around their kingdoms to remind people they existed and to make sure no one was revolting. So like these kings would never sit in one place. They were constantly traveling around their kingdom, reminding people, hey, we need taxes and I'm still alive. I'm still here, because they couldn't control anything, because it was just like, yeah, it was just not a good time. Let's put it that way. It was not pleasant. Now, I will say we exaggerate how unpleasant it was. Yeah, very risky. We exaggerate how unpleasant it was because there was still some monks were keeping a lot of learning intact in some places, but overall, very unpleasant. Okay. Okay.
called degenerate was in a golden age.
Philly, it
Baghdad's
is.
House of Wisdom was the intellectual center.
No, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai. Hilarious you say that. That was oftentimes the excuse they used. So, guys, there always has to be a superstructure that reinforces power. So when these kings would travel around, like let's say the king of France was traveling around, he would arrive places and say, hey, tell me what you need. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. By the way, give me your taxes. Are you revolting against me? I'm checking up on you, but I'm here. Tell me what you need. Okay. So that was always sort of the superstructural excuse for it, was that I'm wandering around because I care about all of you. But no, it was to maintain power. All right. And it was very dangerous. And there was very little stability. Okay. And yeah. Okay. As a matter of fact, guys, Europe was so unstable at the time that there were pirates from northern Africa raiding up into France off the French coast, raiding, enslaving people, and bringing them back to North Africa because there really wasn't an organized state to resist it. Okay, there were people raiding from like Hungary. There were Hungarian raiders raiding all through, Eastern and Central Europe, taking people and enslaving them. Yeah, and like the Vikings were raiding, and like there was no organized, there was barely any organized, there was no state. It was just like these kings and powerful people, you know, keeping themselves safe in their castles while everyone else suffered. I'm only slightly exaggerating, okay?
Of the whole planet. Muslim scholars were translating and preserving, advancing the entire Greek philosophical tradition. Muslim scholars were leading the world in math, astronomy, medicine, optical science, surgical tools, our whole understanding of infection, chemistry, philosophy, literature, the building of the first universities, the spread of literacy, and all the knowledge and information required for a renaissance.
Yep.
And then with the invention of the printing press, the old stories of holy emperors and holy quests were all falling apart. And from the ashes, a new religion was born, the religion of the state. The nation became the new crusade. But every crusade needs an infidel, a scapegoat, a threat from outside the colony walls. And then when radio and television and digital and satellite communications arrive,
Lacroix says, so it's the Muslims' fault I had to read Plato. Yes, Lacroix, but like in a good way, obviously.
The ruling classes have the most powerful technologies ever created for psychological warfare. And even though the world we live in has everything that we need to feed and house and clothe and care for all of us, that might depose those ruling classes from their thrones. And so they used the greatest invention in recorded history for divide et impera. And underneath all their bombs and ash, in that crime scene we once called a Holy Land, there were also once 3 tribes of Abraham.
Isn't he a great speaker? In that crime scene once called the Holy Land. That's good. That's good.
And 3 books. And in each one, there is a prophet who greets his followers with one word. In Hebrew, it's shalom. In Aramaic, the language that Jesus spoke, was shalom. In Muhammad's time, he used the word salam. It's one word. It means peace. The Jewish people use it in a common phrase, shalom aleichem, peace be with you. Multiple times in the story of Jesus, he says it in Aramaic, shalom aleichem. And the Muslims,
boy, do all those sound similar, huh?
Say it, assalamu alaikum. It means peace be with you. The same phrase. All of these tribes also use the same word for God. Not a sky god, a painted idol of a bearded Roman emperor. A first cause, a one, all-encompassing reality beyond the realm of ego or forms or imagination. In Hebrew, that word is Eloah. In Aramaic, it's Allah. In Arabic, Allah.
Wow, super clever.
You think these 3
super
tribes,
similar,
in all of its branches, are somehow separate or incompatible? That's not your opinion. That's the result of an archaic medieval campaign that continues to plague every corner of public life in the Western world. Divide et impera.
Oh, he's good. Okay, isn't that good? Isn't that good? Isn't that good? Oh, don't worry, Fox. I actually okayed it every single time, so it's been posted 3 times, but that's okay. Yeah, like it's just a fact, guys. I remember I told you guys one of the new theories that is still being it's a hypothesis that's being studied by ancient Islamic scholars. Are saying that early Islam didn't really differentiate between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. It was viewed that all 3 groups, especially in early Medina, were all Islam, okay? Because they had all sort of submitted to God, and they didn't really care. And the only difference is that they called some of them Mohammedans. So like the Muslims that followed Muhammad, the Muslims that followed Jesus, the Muslims that followed, and the Muslims that followed the Torah or whatever. And so there was one of the reasons it's thought that early Islam was so successful was that it was so open-minded about, like, it didn't really care as long as you like believed in God, and it sort of integrated everyone together. Now, we don't have many documents about this. There just aren't very good records from the time period, but that's one theory we have now, is that's why it was so successful. And there also, by the way, happened to be a Christian heresy, as they're called at the time, called monophysism, which basically claimed that there was only one God and there was no separate Jesus, Holy Spirit, and God. It was all one God. And it's kind of similar to Islam. My point is that there's not a lot of difference. Early on, Islam was sort of all these groups almost like coming together in a weird way. That's the theory. The point being that Islam was cool. Okay, yeah, marzipan, like syncretism. Okay, um, and now like Muhammad was definitely separate and like created a new movement in that way. But those early Muslims, Arab Muslims, integrated any people from other religions into it. Um, yeah, exactly, Jonas. You guys still believe in that? The Muslims do that. There's multiple levels of brotherhood: Adam, Abraham, then Muhammad, right? And then Muhammad is just the last and best prophet. But they're all like, okay, that way. Like, and so it's a shame. It's a shame. And guys, do we really think? And this is an honest question, and I will say, like historically, guys, the empires that have been the most successful, all right, and I'm not making this up, it's true, have been the ones that have been most open to difference internally. The Persian Empire was extremely, and by the way, I'm obviously generalizing, they weren't always this way, but was very open to religious difference as long as you joined their military forces. They didn't care what religion you were, what culture you were. The Mongols, okay, they would slaughter lots of people, but in the end, they didn't really care what you believed or anything as long as you were obedient to them. The Roman Empire were pretty open to religious difference in a lot of ways. They would just integrate it into their system. You couldn't really have a big empire unless you were open-minded. So why do we think the early Islamic empire was successful? If we get this idea that it was this violent, horrific empire, which, yeah, it did do violence, okay? Every empire does. But, like, they wouldn't have had an empire if they weren't open-minded, okay? Like, otherwise, they would have been constant internal conflict, which only came later and for different reasons. You see what I mean? So, like, okay, it's just a matter of reality there. Okay. And I will say the Christians never achieved that kind of homogeneity, that kind of open-minded ideology within their societies. Okay, early on. So, one other note here, guys. We do know that in Europe, now this is an oversimplification, but the idea of treating people equally and like viewing all humans and religions equally had to wait until the invention of the Enlightenment. Think about that. That's a lot later in history. The Enlightenment is when in Europe a lot of Europeans started thinking, you know what, maybe we shouldn't kill people because of their Protestant or they're Catholic or they're Muslim or they're Jewish. Maybe we should give more religious freedom and stuff. Okay, like it really didn't work too well. It took a really long in Europe, but the Muslims were doing it from the beginning. And then, of course, it didn't stay that way. I'll admit a bunch of other things happened, and it didn't necessarily stay that way. Another empire called the Ottoman Empire kind of had some issues with doing that shit. But my point is, you see my point. Okay. Weren't the Romans also devout Christians? Yes, Hiyori, kind of. That's a complicated story. The Romans, yeah, but that didn't survive very long. Let's put it that way. It's difficult. Maybe we should judge people by if they own land or not. Liberalism. There you go, Lacroix. Okay. So it's just interesting, guys. Just a note there. Yep. Islam means the submission to the creator. You should look into the Constitution of Medina. Exactly, Trey. And that's like the one document we do have is the Constitution of Medina. You know what? Let's look it up now. Why not? It's a Saturday. I'm going to just look it up real fast. Constitution of Medina. So this is, guys, God, amazing how early on this is. This is 622 AD. Okay, like real early on. Okay. Yeah, so the Ummah, right? I don't actually want to get into like the theology because I'll make a mistake here, but yeah, it basically goes on to say here that they're all collaborating. It said all the peoples of Medina, which included Christians, Jews, things like that, all I need to remind myself some of this stuff. There you go. A believer will not kill a believer. And by the way, believer means Christian, Muslim, Jew. Okay. The protection of Allah is one. The least of them is entitled to grant protection that is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies to the exclusion of other people, right? So they all thought that all three of these groups were each other's allies and should protect each other. Okay. Like it's very correct. He did. You see what I mean? Exactly. Like okay, let's see here, Jonas. I'll take a look. So this was Muhammad. Oh, this is a hadith. Okay. Oh, people, lend me an attentive ear, for I know whether after this year I shall be amongst you again. Therefore, listen to what I am saying to you very carefully, and take these words to those who could not be present here today. I'm trying to see here. Your capital, however, is yours to keep. You will neither inflict nor suffer any inequity. Okay, I see here. Oh, people, it is true you have certain rights with regards to your women, but they also have certain rights over you. Remember that you have taken them as your wives and only under Allah's trust and with his permission. If they abide by your right, then to them belongs the right to be fed and clothed in kindness. Do treat your women well and be kind to them, for they are your partners and committed helpers. And it is your right that they do not make friends with any of the women you do not approve. Okay, as well as never to be unchaste. Yeah, that's classic old-fashioned stuff there. Okay. Okay, there we go. All mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no listen to this, okay? This is great. I've read this before. All mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, or a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a white has no superiority over black, nor does a black have any superiority over a white, except by piety and good action. Learn that every Muslim is a brother to every Muslim, and that the Muslims constitute one brotherhood. Nothing shall be legitimate to a Muslim which belongs to a fellow Muslim unless it was given freely and willingly. Do not, therefore, do injustice to yourselves. Okay, remember, one day you will appear before Allah and answer for your deeds. So be aware, do not stray from the path of righteousness after I am gone. All right? So, I mean, that's pretty explicit, right? It doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter what your, what your skin color is. We're all descended from Adam and Eve. Okay? So, like, you don't see much of that. Now, you see some of that in Christianity, but a lot of that wasn't listened to too much. Okay, right. That's not how I read it, right, Meowzord? Now, guys, yes, you notice at the beginning here, there is some very old-fashioned ways of looking at gender relationships. That appears in every goddamn holy book, okay? This is one of the reasons. I don't want to go into it, but, like, obviously, I don't agree with a lot of the women and stuff things. That's the same in the Bible. That's the same in, okay. So that was sort of what people were at the times, but like that idea of like everyone equal is very unusual for the times. Okay. Okay. Oh, Adventurous Gold. Thank you. Adventurous Gold. Speaking of, okay, Adventurous Gold says, who the hell is this hot ass jester? Well, Adventurous Gold. Say less. Anyway, but there you go. Okay. Thank you, Paul Squaw, for the donation. All right. Anyway, guys, you guys get the idea here, right? You guys get the idea. So just a note, love each other equally, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what the hell was I going to do? I don't remember what I was going to do next. I had another idea. Oh, yes. So what I wanted to do, folks, I'm going to put my face up. All right, give me a second. Okay. So, who are you, Adventurous Gold, that you're complimenting me that way? All right. So, I do have a video here. Was curious if you guys would want to watch it. Let me see if I can find it. Well, actually, we are going to watch it. Because it's Saturday, I was kind of in a cute mood to watch just a little, very short little clip about dueling, okay? Because, guys, for a long time, especially in Europe and in America and like the New World, men would engage in this practice called pistol dueling, where if one man, like, hurt another man's honor, they could publicly challenge them to a duel. They would each get a flintlock pistol, okay, sometimes a matchlock pistol, and, you know, shoot it at each other in a very ritualized fashion. And there were all these weird sort of norms and things assigned to it. And there is a video I found on YouTube that is really well done by a historical reenactment group reenacting an actual duel that took place in Germany, in Prussia. Okay. Yeah. Nope. But you do know, guys, that, Mark Wayne Mullen said he wanted to bring back duels, right? So just to show you here, guys, let me put my... Yep, I did, Jonas, because he's a goddamn monster. So let me show you guys my face up here. Okay, here we go. So I wanted to show you, this is just a reenactment of this actually happened. And I looked it up and it's exactly what it sounded like. It happened exactly as they said. So this was between a Napoleonic officer and a Prussian middle-class citizen who says that this Napoleonic that the citizen said that the Napoleonic officer harmed his honor or some shit like that, okay? All right. So, I got you, adventurers, got you. So, let's watch this, all right? And we can talk about this weird ritual that was later banned in every European country and later was also made illegal in the United States, even though it was practiced forever. It's just, no, Sir Bart, this is not the fun kind with swords. This is with pistols. So they started doing it with pistols. And guys, the pistols at this time were very inaccurate. Very inaccurate. Very inaccurate, okay? No, this is not time traveling. This is just a reenactment, okay? I know, it's just a reenactment of an actual one that took place based off the documentary record. And so they had these pistols, and these pistols were not rifled. Yeah, they basically, like, you shoot them and you know, there's like a 1 in 6 chance it'll hit its target because the ball might shoot off in any different direction. But okay, so that's what made it more interesting. Like if you had a real pistol, like a modern day pistol, and you did this, it really wouldn't be a duel. It would just be you shooting each other. So the idea here was that God would sort of decide who was the victor, because if God wanted you to die, then God would make the bullet hit you. So let's watch, and we can talk about these weird sort of masculine rituals, male rituals of honor and stuff like this, and some of the other parts of it, okay? Yeah, I will say Wild West duels are cool, but not this shit, because those guns were accurate. These are not, okay? And there was a whole system. There were books written about how to do this properly, okay? You'd have to show up on time. And here comes the... both men were supposed to bring a helper. So each one of these two guys has a helper. Then, of course, you were supposed to have a guy there who was sort of the master of ceremonies, who would typically be an older man or some member of the community that was considered honorable. Yeah, right. You're right, Hiyori. How convenient, right? By the way, I love Napoleonic uniforms. I got to tell you, I really think Napoleon and his people had a good idea of uniforms. They looked very lovely, and Napoleon actually designed a lot of them.
Aufgrund der ausgesprochenen Beleidigungen ist es nicht möglich, den Streit friedlich zu klären. Es wird deshalb folgend ein Duell ausgetragen zwischen Chevalier Éric Thomas Moulin und Jürgen von Stille. Chevalier, Degen oder Pistole? Pistole.
And you could choose a sword. Most of the time, you would choose a gun because less likely to get hurt with the gun. literally. Meowsword, you're not wrong. It is more like a divination ceremony. But for folks back at this time, that was a test of skill, right? It was a test of your holiness.
Sekundanten, überprüfen Sie die Waffen.
Then you would have your buddy check the weapons. Your buddy would check the weapons, and the other guy would. You got it, Adventurous Gold. The flamboyant. You know it, Adventurous Gold. Those are some attractive men. Okay? God, those guns are awful. Dear God. By the way, if it's raining outside, good luck even firing it even once. They had... okay, I'll tell... we'll just have to watch. Prepare the pistol. Exactly. Yep, that's a gun. And then you would literally go back to back and then take paces apart, set by rules.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8, 9, 10.
7, 8.
Nope, they're not, Jonas. You would want the audience close, weirdly enough.
11, 12, 13, 14.
I'm not sure how many paces they're taking. But do we see how, guys, it's very performative. They know that that gun at that range is unlikely to be accurate. So they're like, let's get as far apart as possible, at least so that there still appears to be some threat. Yeah, that big rifle this guy has. Yeah, okay.
Spannen. Sehen und schießen.
So, okay. There's more. After you would fire that first shot, okay, you could do it again and again until the men were satisfied with the duel. Okay, so that they could technically reload and then do it again until someone's satisfied. Most of the time, guys, what would happen is that one or both of the men would just shoot the gun up in the air as a sign of mercy, to be like, shoot the gun up in the air. I have granted you mercy. As a way of sort of ending it and then keeping your honor to show like you're the more merciful one. But if they did really hate each other, they would sometimes keep shooting until one had been shot. Okay, one or both had been shot.
Es geht noch. Dann neu laden.
And now they're reloading. By the way, from what I read about this original story, his wife, the guy in the gray outfit's wife, was basically hit on by the Napoleonic officer, okay? So she was apparently victimized somewhat by the Napoleonic officer, not assaulted or anything. So she's there, okay? But you'll see what this actually happened, by the way. This is a true story. Reloading. God, gun battles are so boring at this time. It's like, okay, slowly reload. One of these days, I hope someone, tries a school shooting with just a flintlock pistol. I'd feel really safe if that happened. I don't actually mean that. You know what I mean. I don't actually want that to happen. But wouldn't it be nice if these were still kind of the guns we had in America? Shut up, Sir Bart. That these are still the guns we had in America. Like, you try to go into a school with a flintlock pistol, and they're like, you fire it and you miss. And you're like, hey, wait! Everyone stay here. And then you have to... Okay. Yeah, Hiyori. Here we go. Round 2. There's a doctor there. The doctor, whatever that would be at that time period. Okay. How dare you, Sir Bart?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. So that's actually what happened during that. The wife brought her own pistol and out of fear for her husband attempted to kill the Napoleonic officer. So in response, he shot at her. And during that part of the duel, the guy in the gray coat actually shot the Napoleonic officer and killed him. So that's literally what happened. Okay, that's okay, Eleni. We're not actually doing politics, Eleni. We're kind of just learning about random stuff, right? So that actually happened. That's actually a historical thing. Is that true, Fetty? I had never seen them before. Dequetium, but that was a really cool reenactment of an actual historical event. Okay. Oh, the drama. Okay. Yeah, my hero, right? Yeah. So, all right. I'll go to their channel real fast. Ooh, let's watch another one. Knight versus pikeman. Oof. This is cool. So this actually looks interesting. Let's watch this real fast. I'm interested in this, so forgive me. You guys are going to have to live with me watching this. So pikemen ended up sort of replacing knights as the main armored hand-to-hand combat unit in combat. Okay, pikemen and then guys with arquebuses. I think I gave a presentation once, folks, on the era of pike and shot, which people don't know about. So I would bet that the pikeman would win against the knight, and for a number of ways. But we'll see here. Yeah, it's very tough to kill a knight. That's true, but it depends Like, is the pikeman going to have support? It is also easier to move around as a pikeman. Correct, Laqual. That's the Holy Roman Empire, which, who was it? Voltaire that said wasn't Holy Roman or an empire. Okay. Yeah, it was very rapid decline. Yeah, exactly. A curved pike. Pikes were interesting, and at this time there were gunpowder weapons, guys. One of the big benefits of having a full suit of armor wasn't only the combat; it was to protect you from the peasants. Like literally, the nobility wanted to put themselves in armor partially because it allowed them to be separate from the peasantry, and if they went into a village that was mad, they don't have to worry about a peasant breaking through their army with a wooden pitchfork. You see what I mean? So one of the functions of armor was literally to protect them from their own people. And if you view it that way, it's not as cool or heroic. It's more like they're scaredy cats. Now it was, yeah. Like, I'm not joking. There were military reasons for it, but guys, the full suits of armor weren't around very long for military use. They just weren't, because they ended up not being that useful in some ways. Okay, but anyway, still, you have to understand that that's one of the reasons. Also, the same thing happened in Japan. When the armored samurai, when guns started coming into Japan from the Portuguese, the armored samurai started banning them, claiming they were dishonorable. They're dishonorable. They're not swords. Swords are more honorable. Well, guess why? Because it's easy. A peasant can easily kill a samurai with an arquebus, with a gunpowder weapon. You don't need training for that shit. It's very easy to just point and shoot that thing. And samurais would take years of training and have this armor to protect them from the peasantry. Well, suddenly with guns coming in, you could be a peasant and you could kill a samurai. So that's why they viewed it as dishonorable. And we have this like romantic view of the samurai, thinking that guns are dishonorable. Exactly, Dolly Boy. That they're so honorable. They want to fight hand to hand and they think guns are dishonorable. Well, they also, you're right, Jonas, because the samurai still used it during battles, okay? But they really wanted the idea that they were dishonorable, even though they ended up using them, okay? So it just interesting historical things you don't think about. Yeah, adventurous, you're right. They used to be, right? Early on, the samurai were archers. when guns came over, a lot of them started using guns, but they still mainly used archery and things like that. Okay. Yeah, Yowzord, you're not wrong. Honorable battle is a psyop from the ruling class. It is, okay, a lot of the times. Okay, here we go.
It is the year of our Lord, 1647, and my name is Johann Marholm. Even before I was born, a war began that burned everyone and everything in his path.
Correct,
The Swedes
Hiyori.
murdered my grandfather.
Yeah, exactly, Hiyori, they did. As a matter of fact, what's his face? Oda Nobunaga ended up giving some of those guns to peasants and then using them in combat against his enemies and killing, and very brilliant, used them against cavalry and stuff. Yeah.
Marauders killed my father. My mother died of fever, and my brother...
Honestly, Dolly Boy, yes, it is. I think this is during the 30 Years' War. I think that date is during the 30 Years' War.
...and sisters starved to death. Now I'm a soldier myself, and a part of this war.
This sounds like an actual account.
I can imagine what it means to have peace. When I see the joy and happiness in my comrades' eyes, I believe, deep in my heart, that peace and felicity can also be ours. Here with me are my friends, my companions, my brothers in damnation. The pikeman Gustav, the musketeer Heinrich, the silent Jorgen, and my best friend, Peter.
This is good, Fetty. I've never seen these. God, you can hear how loud that is. Guys, cannons, we don't understand how loud these battles were. One cannon. So there in New York, there is a town on Lake Champlain in upstate New York where there's an old historic site where there used to be a fort. There you go, adventurous. This is like Brokeback Mountain. Anyway, there's a town there where there's an old fort called Fort William Henry, and they no Meowser, but that's another good example. They have cannons there from the time, and a group of historians decided one time to put a full charge of powder in one of these cannons and fire it for the sake of an experiment to see how far it could fire and stuff. And what they forgot is that when you put a full charge of powder in a cannon, it is very loud. As a matter of fact, when they fired it, it broke every single window in the surrounding town and every house and every business in a 2-mile radius around where they fired this one cannon out of Fort William Henry. So they shattered all the windows, or nearly all the windows in all the surrounding town. And this was like in 1998 or something like that. Oops. By firing one cannon with one full shot of powder. So can you imagine living in this time? Okay. And hearing cannons? Like, you're going to lose your hearing. And by the way, it was often, I've read multiple accounts where guys who could hear a battle in the distance said it was indistinguishable from a thunderstorm. It would sound like thunder in the distance because it was so loud, okay? That's terrifying. Living in the age of gunpowder like this, absolutely terrifying. Nowadays, you just see a flash of light and then you all die in an explosion from an Israeli missile, or an American bomb. So still pretty scary. Or you burn to death. You know what? We don't need to get into that. Sorry, trying to get out of politics. Regardless, at this time, that would be very unpleasant, okay?
Ungläubige zu töten ist keine Sünde. Es ist der
Go kill the
Weg
infidel
zum
is
Himmel.
no sin. It is the path to heaven.
Yes, the infidel. But what do I believe in myself? The forgiveness of the Virgin Mary? Or just the comforting feeling of a full stomach
Correct,
and the
Sir
weight
Bart.
of our emperor's coins? We have been besieging the
Yeah,
city for
Fetty.
2 weeks. The walls are still standing, but the nights are getting longer and colder. Time is running out.
Oh, sounds like a good time for some bros to cuddle together. it's getting kind of cold. Maybe all these dudes should cuddle together, or is that too gay? And then they have to be burned at the stake. Seriously, they might be burned at the stake if they do that. Dolly Boy, and you don't even get to hear the shot that kills you either. Correct, Dolly Boy, you don't.
Winter is coming. And if the walls hold, the gate must fall.
This looks like an English Civil War battle. Okay, anyway. There you go, vigorous physical activity, correct. I agree, LaQuad. Jesus would want them to cuddle together and make out with their homies. Oh my God, this is really good, Fetty. Thank you for recommending this. So the guys, real fast. I'm sorry, I know I keep pausing this, guys. My history brain is going crazy. Okay. You see this weapon right here that he has? So this is a matchlock rifle. You notice there's a long string coming off of it because at this time you would light your powder with you would have a long piece of hemp string or a cloth string. I can't remember. Is it cotton? Whatever it is. And you would light it at the beginning of the battle, and you would keep it. You would have to keep blowing on it constantly to keep it lit. All right, and then like you might need to cut it if it burned too much. All right, and so that would then you'd pull the trigger. That would come down into the pan, light the powder, and fire the gun. But can you imagine having to carry that thing around constantly blowing on it to keep it lit so that you can actually fire the gun? And if it's raining, good luck. Good luck. Not going to be able to shoot that thing, but that's so. And then later they invented flintlock rifles, which have a piece of flint in them to cause a spark. But at this time, they just had rope that would be lit before the battle. Okay. Yeah, no, it was very annoying back then. Very annoying. See, there it is. See that? You see that little thing there that's lit? And then you would have to like wrap it around, or you'd have to like put it there.
You hear the drums, but when it starts, you hear nothing after the first volley.
Mm-hmm.
No drums, no shots.
Now oh my God, that guy had a flintlock one.
No cries from the wounded. No rattling of your breath.
Jesus.
No heartbeat. And no rushing of your blood. Just the screech of your own fear in your ears.
Yeah. Jesus. You're right, Adventurous Gold. You're totally right, Adventurous Gold. Yeah, Adventurous Gold, it has a lot to do with maintaining systems of authority, right? People with power don't like change because they're always worried it'll threaten their authority somehow. So a lot of times it's resisted from the top down, which is sort of what this is, right? Unless they view it as, they can see it as beneficial to their own power, okay, if that makes sense. So even if it's good for people overall, if it's bad for their power, they don't want to change it. But you're totally right, Adventurous Gold. Oh my God, see, yeah, this is true, guys. There's a lot of stories of this. If you're fighting in battle, you kind of hyper-focus, and you don't hear anything. You're just hyper-focused. And you kind of act without thinking, because you hear, yeah, that's not a good way to go.
Our captain had made plans for everything that could come before us
Dolly Boy, yeah.
and prevent the breaking of the gate. But for what we were not prepared, the gate yet fallen.
Okay,
but
here comes a knight.
The infidel.
He kind of, God,
no
he's so outdated.
Without blood and death.
Honestly, all it would take is one bullet to take us down. Okay, well, depends on where they hit him. You notice on the front of this knight's armor, it is tilted, it is slanted. So your breastplate would be slanted, especially later on, to deflect arrows. Like instead of having like a bullet hit you head on, it would hit at an angle to try and bounce it off. But like most of the time, that wouldn't help much. You get hit with enough bullets, one of them's gonna pierce you. Yeah, I know it's quiet because it is quiet. Guys. The video is quiet. Here we go. It's fighting. Okay, bullets bounce off. They did sometimes, Kiana, but like it wasn't perfect. Some bullets would bounce off. It depends on where you got hit. Yeah. And like if you're having enough bullets shot at you, one of them, because they're gonna go. There's a lot of slots in armor. It's gonna hit a weak point. See, like that. Yeah, there we go. See, like eventually, it's useless, right, to be a knight, because you just get shot at, and eventually one of those bullets will pierce your arm. Yeah, boo, that was quick. The knight's gone. Sorry it's so quiet, guys. That's just the way it is. Gunpowder is open. Yeah, Dolly Boy. Yeah, what's the respawn time? That is always something I thought was funny, guys, is how, like, in video games, if a video game were, and you know I love video games, were realistic, you know, you would die once, and then the game would be like, okay, game's over, you can never play it again. Because, yeah. And like the final screen of the video game would be seeing your wife and child dead or something on the ground, or crying. Can you guys hear it? Is there noise? Because I don't hear anything, but... From 16... Was there noise in that? I didn't hear any noise. Anyway, from 1618 to 16... Yeah, the 30 Years' War, correct. Between the Catholics and the Protestants, which cost the life of almost every second man, woman, and child in the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah. Really? I didn't hear it. I couldn't hear it that whole time. God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. Could you guys hear what I was saying? Forgive me. For some reason, I literally could not hear it on my end. I didn't hear anything on my end. Okay. I was like, what the... All right. I don't know why I couldn't hear it.
Round.
Huh.
Without
Yeah, I
blood
can't hear it. I don't
and
know why.
death upon it.
Oh, there we go. I don't know what I did. Okay, forgive me. Sorry if you couldn't hear what I was saying there. Okay. You couldn't hear me? Okay, let me explain what I said, guys, real fast. Because since you guys couldn't hear me, let me just say explain what I was saying. Like, if a video game were real, right? If a video game were real, you would just... Like, you would die, and then the game would end, and it'd be like, okay, you could never play it again. And then maybe on the final screen, you'd see, like, your wife and child crying over your body or something. I love video games, but it is kind of unrealistic, obviously. War is not fun. Okay. Yeah, so armor was not great. It was completely outclassed by gunpowder. It became useless pretty quickly after gunpowder was invented. I should also point out that... this kind of armor right here, there is a truth to this. So full plate armor, which is what we saw there, was actually, there's a myth. Let me explain to you the myth. So full plate armor, here we go. You know, something like this, like what we just saw, all right? Oh, I don't want to go to eBay. You get it. Full plate armor or something like that. Versus... chainmail. Now, this is chainmail, guys. It's literally a bunch of little chains, you know, I guess little circular pieces of metal chained together or linked together and to make a lattice. So something like that, chainmail. Okay. Yeah, there's actually a myth about this. Full plate armor was actually much more mobile than chainmail. So when we see these guys in these big metal suits, we're like, oh my God, that must have been annoying to move around in. And yeah, it was somewhat annoying to move around in, but it was jointed and it was made to be mobile in. You could move around a lot easier in full plate than you could in chainmail. Chainmail, which is what was mainly used before plate mail, was very hard. Yeah, exactly. Chainmail is like a 100-pound weighted blanket with no joints in it. It was just weight over your whole body, and like every time you lifted your arms, it'd be pressure on you. Yeah. So chainmail actually was harder to move around in than plate mail. It's just a little side note there that we don't think of. I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, that was really, yeah, also a bitch to put on," right? Yeah, literally like a prison. So plate mail was a lot more mobile than that. All right. Another thing here, one last point, because I don't know, I probably talked about this shit before. Uh, okay, hello, Politics. You say first time here, not sure if I'll be accepted with my word playing. That informs me and informs others. I'll be careful while figuring out. Oh, that's no problem, Politics. Yeah, for the armor done right. Look at the launch necks. Correct, adventurers gold. So the launch necks. I can't. God damn, I can't type. Launch necks. Damn it. Jesus, I literally can't type. There we go. Whatever. Launch necks. Here we go. Yeah. So the launch necks would, these guys are really cool. They would sort of mix the two so that it wouldn't be as heavy. This is one example. And look at the joints are pretty well open. And they have thick cloth. By the way, very pretty. I like the design here. You just got to have a damsel in distress. But there's like a launch neck. I've seen better images than that, or something like this, guys. Look at that. That's some pretty crap. That's some pretty crap. Look at how pretty that is. You're gonna die, and you're gonna look very pretty. All right. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that shit. Okay, that is some pretty armor. Yeah, he's flexing on us with that maiden. That's for sure. That's some nice armor there that the Lanchnecks used to have. At least they looked pretty when they were before they died or killed a bunch of peasantry or whatever. Okay, so all right. All right. Let's see here. Of course, we'll fast, guys. I still prefer when it comes to early muskets. Okay, when it comes to early muskets, I think Arab and Persian muskets are the best. Let me show you why. They're just pretty. Arab muskets, okay, are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So the Arabs would really would oftentimes heavily decorate their muskets and just make them, just beautify them. So we have a ton of like beautified Arab muskets that were literally works of art. If you look here, look at this. Like they would design like the hilts with the the last, what is that part of it called? The butt would have all these sort of Islamic art designs on them. They would put precious stones and other things in it. Okay, these are golden. A lot of these are golden or straps around the barrel. Yeah, they always make everything really pretty in the Arab world, in my opinion. Okay, beautiful butts. Oh, you know it, Paul Squaw. Okay, I can find another one here. Here's this one. Look at that. Look at that. That's just so pretty to me. These are works of art in a lot of ways too, despite what they're used for. Works of art. Look at that. Look at that butt. Look at that butt right there. Okay. Ooh, pretty with all the cool silver and shit on it. Okay. All right. So there we go. I just like that a lot. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, that's pretty. Okay. Well, all right. There's another little side trek completed. What did I just do? I just did something. All right. Oh, where did I just go? One second. I need to go back to YouTube. I just got on YouTube. So anyway, so there we go. There's some stuff about gunpowder war, use gunpowder, etc. There you go. That's true. It's fine. CR himself goes like that. That's true. That is true. I do go off topic. All right. So let's see here. So there we go. So there's some interesting stuff.
Why is Blackstone?
Beautiful butts. Da, 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 da. Beautiful butts. What else did I want to show you? Okay.
Plate and
all right. So I'm going to use the restroom, folks, because you all know I have to pee. I'm very pee sensitive. I'm going to go urinate. And then I'll be right back. Thank you, everyone who's donated. Thank you, everyone who donated. All right. Don't worry, Sir Bart. What we're going to watch when I get back, guys, is that Mehdi Hassan had Professor Jiang on his show, and Mehdi Hassan dismantled him. Okay. Yes. But don't worry. This is Mehdi Hassan. Did I say Mehdi Hussein? Whatever. Mehdi Hassan dismantling. Yeah, right. Mehdi Hassan sort of dismantled Professor Jiang a little bit. And it's really revealing. I have like a weird obsession with Professor Jiang because it's a very interesting study and how like false bad information gets spread online and fake experts get a lot of traction, even in people we normally trust. Okay. All right. So let's see here. We'll watch this here in a second, but first I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, guys. Stick around, guys. Stick around. Oh, thank you, Louise. Okay, I'm going to go tinkle. 1 second.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how
All right, guys, I'm back. I took off my sweatshirt because I'm very hot. So now I'm doing the classic American advertising for jungle gyms, as you guys can see. Look at this. Ooh, jungle gyms. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Well, you know, let's hand out some boosts before we watch Professor J. Why are people randomly saying my name? What's wrong with you, Weirdomorphous Blob? What do you want? Okay. What about you? What do you want, Matt Sci Guy? Okay. So you will want me to share my playlist? How do I do that? There has to be a way to do that. I'll figure it out. Oh God, I'm ignorant. I'm totes ignorant about this. I'll figure it out. But yeah, there's definitely a way to do it. Oh, I'll figure it out. Okay, I'll figure it out. Do you mind reminding me over on Discord, Matt Saga? If I forget before the after the end of the stream, just remind me if you don't mind. Okay, I got you, Weirdomorphous Blob. So let's see what we got here. Thank you. I'm sorry, LaCroix. Remind me, folks. Okay. You're hot. You sure? I am. Yes, I am sure. Hey, Yori. Okay. Let's see what we got here. What are we talking about here? Let me do some boops, please. Let me do some boops. Let's do some boops. So we got a new person in here that I wanted to boop. Adventurous Gold gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Mr. King K gets a boop. Boop. Did I say Matt Saga gets a boop? Boop. Politics gets a boop. Boop. CR. Oh, thank you for calling me senpai. You get an extra boop, Mr. King K. Boop. Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. Crow gets a boop. Boop. How are you doing, Crawl? You doing well, Crawl? Did I miss anyone? Meowser gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. You sent bits. I'm sorry. Here, you get another boop, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry. Boop. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the bits. You're an angel. I love you so much. Okay. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Hiyori gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else need a boop? Are we all out booped? Jeez, my brain is. That's okay, guys. Anyone else? Anyone else need a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Are we all booped out? Everyone seems booped out. No one is demanding a boop right now, which is good news, I guess. I guess it's kind of okay that we're all booped out. Okay, fine. We're all booped out, it looks like. Whatever. I'm sure if I'm missing anyone, it's your fault. Okay. Can I give you a bip or two? Sure, Weirdomorphous Blob. You can give me a bip if you'd like. Okay. All right. I know, Sir Bart. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, guys. What we're gonna do now, all right, is we are going to watch some of Professor Jiang. I think that's how you pronounce it. Jiang. Is that how you pronounce it? Like Jane, but Giang. And Professor Jiang is not a professor, or at least is not exactly Professor Jiang in quotes. We will watch him now. He is not a real person. He is a fraud. He is a fraud, Elaine. He absolutely is a fraud. If you notice in my description, I say that he's in quotes a professor. But it's kind of fun to call him Professor Jane because that's what everyone calls him. So we'll listen to whatever I don't know what his full name is, Jane. And he's not a real person, exactly. It's exactly Weirdomorphous Blob. He's a lizard. How dare you, Weirdomorphous Blob? You get a bonk. Bonk. That's the first bonk for Weirdomorphous Blob today. Okay. How dare you correct my authority? All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch Mehdi Hassan, who had him on his show, and Mehdi Hassan, who's brilliant, dismantles him. All right. He's respectful, and then he kind of calmly dismantles him. And one of the first times I have seen this happen on TV, on YouTube, Mehdi Hassan is sort of like the first person I have seen do this. Has critically look at him and, actually question him directly on stream. I've seen his students do it. If anyone's seen videos of the high school class he teaches, if a student questions him, he will get mad at that student. All right. Jonas says, have you heard about Israel's future plan to help with Greater India? Samosas or triangles? Coincidence? Oh my God, I want a samosa. That sounds good. You know, and I say, hey, if Greater India includes samosas for all, I support that. If the Indian Empire includes, you know, the Greater Indian Empire includes free samosas for all the conquered peoples, I'd be totally for that. Okay, free samosas, free mango yogurt drink. I forget what is that called. I can't remember what it's called. I'd love that shit. Okay, Eleni, I don't know if I'd say that. I'd say that Eleni says India is like more far right than Trump. They're okay. Oh, are you serious, Matt Saigai? Like, I honestly didn't know that, but I believe it. But I mean, like, Mango Lassie. Thank you. Like, I know there's like, I know there are ideas of like Pakistan being in India and Bangladesh being in India and stuff like that. I mean, like, but joking. Okay, you know what I mean, Matt's like, okay. So whatever the case may be, let's continue, right? Oh, I know, Eleni. I know Modi is crazy right wing. I just don't know if it's possible to rank different people on their right wing level, because there's different historical and cultural contexts. Trump is a lunatic right winger. Modi is a lunatic right winger. Okay. All right. So, oh, Eleni, I know all about him. Okay. Oh, gotcha. So that's what I thought, Matt. So I didn't know that Afghanistan was included in that. Okay. Is it the idea of creating, what is it, Bharat or forgive me, Matt Saigo, what's the name of the Bahat, or like the anyway, okay, I forget what it's called, but anyway, okay, yeah, I do know about that. All right, thank you, Bharat. Okay, so all right, let's continue. So this is Jane on Zeteo, okay, for Mehdi Hassan. Yeah. Okay, let's watch.
An end goal. And
oops, I'm sorry, I'll start it back.
Some have called you China's Nostradamus. You had 3 famous predictions in 2024: that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has these.
Yes, Eleni, I would agree. The Hindutva folks over in India, led by Modi, are essentially ethnically cleansing Muslims. Same thing in America. We are essentially ethnically cleansing Latino folks in a large way, brown and black people, okay, and minorities at the moment. So yes, but that's my point, is it's hard to rank. This is complicated to rank which one's more evil or not. You see what I mean?
Should take advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to.
Yeah, and see, that's my point, Matt. Sorry, guys, I know we're doing this. Like, I'm using the word genocide based off what Eleni said. If we're calling what they're doing a genocide, bye-bye, politics. Thank you for hanging around. If we're calling what they're doing a genocide, then we also have to call what the United States is doing a genocide. So, yeah.
Your prediction about Iran, you said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself?
What? I see. I haven't seen this, but too much on facts and rigor. Okay, let's see here.
Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year. Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History.
Real fast. So, Eleni, guys, I know we're talking right now about Hindutva here in chat. Eleni, it's a very complex situation in India. There is some ethnic cleansing going on. The same thing is happening in America. We're doing ethnic cleansing here. There have been a lot of violent incidents against Muslims. There have been a lot of promotion of violence against Muslims. There have been efforts to strip rights away from Muslims. It's very similar to what's happening here and to illegal immigrants. Okay, so I don't. This is my point here. Is it's not like it is. To say that like one is worse than the other is kind of difficult to. It's really hard to. I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not as cut and dry. Is that okay? Like we're both doing horrific things. Okay. I will say, well, yeah, anyway.
Where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election. The US would then go to war with Iran. And then ultimately the US would lose that war. Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation.
Bye-bye,
and has even
politics.
been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shui-Qin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So game theory is interesting, guys. I've heard a lot of people who use game theory these days. It's interesting, and it's a good model, sort of. Exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob, you know I love you. Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob says that's just realism. Yeah, that's just realism. That is... People make it seem like that the idea that like game theory is this novel, cool approach. It's just sort of a heuristic for doing realism, with realism being where you view the world as anarchic, with every state seeking the most power and security it can get. And yeah, that's what that is. And so I think a lot of times people, faux academics especially, will say that they like game theory because it sounds more cool. It sounds cool. But like, it doesn't really help much to do game theory if you don't, like, it's sort of just like, how do you determine? I don't know. It's just weird. You have to know more than just, oh, they're competing with each other and it's a zero-sum game. You have to understand how, well, it's just complicated. It doesn't really help you much. Yeah. So let's see here.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these two nation states
then
have
fair,
different...
Eleni, I agree with you. If you believe we're doing genocide on Latinos here in the United States, then yeah, I suppose you could say it's a genocide in India. I don't think this is very complicated. I would definitely say ethnic cleansing is happening in India, and I would also say that's happening in the United States. Genocide, this is complicated. I don't know if I really want to get into it now, but yeah. So if that's how you define it, fair, Laney. Okay, if you're going to be equal about that.
Strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which you cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Straits of Hormuz.
You're right, Matt Saigon.
Which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Okay, real fast. I'm sorry, guys. Last thing I'm going to say about the India stuff that's happening here in chat. Eleni, love you. Love having you here. Matt Saigai is very aware of the situation in India, okay? He's not been propagandized to. Matt Saigai is not like someone from India or someone that only listens to like Indian right-wing media or the propaganda. Matt Saigai deeply understands the situation. If you don't necessarily believe Matt Saigai, I understand the situation, okay? So, and Matt Saigai is largely right. Now, I think the only debate that you're having, Eleni, is in terms of definitions and things like that. Matt Saigai and I both 100% agree, okay? 100% agree. We do not like Modi, and we know that he's a right-wing ethnic cleansing lunatic, okay? I got you, Eleni. I'm just making sure, okay? The only debate we're having right now, I think, is, you know, whether it's worse or not, it's kind of irrelevant. Both India, Modi's government and America's government are horrible. They're both far right wing and engaging in ethnic cleansing. The situation in Kashmir isn't great. All right, there's a lot of problems all across the board. You see what I mean? I feel like the debate is sort of irrelevant that is being had. You guys can keep talking about it if you want. I'm just saying. Okay.
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage.
You know it from
What I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives.
That's okay,
and has a
Eleni.
very clear
And,
strategy
you can
of
do what
how
you want,
to
Eleni.
obtain these military objectives. And it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources. It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot.
So this is kind of standard fare. He's not getting to the crazy yet. And I think the reason I'm interested in him is how it is that he's convinced so many people that he is an expert. Like right now, he sounds perfectly reasonable. Okay. I suspect we'll get into the crazy stuff here in a bit, but like this is reasonable. Yeah. But this is like basic things you could figure out. Okay.
Of the Iranians, 90% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the three options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track...
Eleni, that's actually fair, and there's not much a difference between the two, okay? I just feel one word is a bit stronger, if that makes sense.
...record of the Marines, we can expect...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm stopping talking about it. I'm focusing on this. Everyone watch the video. Everyone watch the video. Okay? You're all being a bad class. We are learning here. We are learning here. Okay? We are learning here, all right? We can debate this stuff later. How dare all of you? Okay. Okay. I will tell you what to do. I will tell you what to do. Okay. I love you. I love you. I love you all. You know I'm joking there, Eleni. Okay. All right. I love you all.
The Marines to have an early success.
Yeah, Shiv. Look what happens, Shiv. You come in here and immediately I have to start yelling. What did you do, Shiv? Look what happens when you come in here. Hello, Shiv. Yeah, you all get a bonk. Bonk! Focus on the video.
Yes. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They developed this very effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. This is almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically,
he does, Mummified Butterfly. He does.
Power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, to be clear, guys, to be clear for everyone here, okay, we are not watching this because we like Jiang. We're watching this because he's a scammer, and Mehdi Hassan is about to dismantle him because he is a weirdo who believes some really crazy things, but he's become very popular on the internet to my disdain. So we're watching him to figure out why it is he's so popular. And like why, and watch just to see what how Mehdi Hassan dismantles him.
Unfortunately, the
Yeah, you're right.
Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war.
Yeah, he's
Trump
right.
is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
Liking this video? Then don't just
All right, we get it. We get it.
But that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory.
Okay. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. We need to hear. I want to hear Mehdi dismantle him. Oh my God. Let's listen.
Liking this video?
Yeah.
Then
No
don't
worry,
just
Mummified
watch.
Butterfly.
Hit like, share, and subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
We get it. We get it.
You have made a lot of predictions. Some have
here
called
we
you
go.
China's Nostradamus. How would you respond to those who say, sure, you guessed that Trump would win in 2024 and he'd go to war with Iran, but that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that.
Yeah.
I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Yeah, like that's just, guys, come on. We've known this forever, right? Like obviously, right? Okay. Who, CR? He's been open about this guy being a sham for a while. Yeah, I have, Elaine. Yeah, like I said from the very beginning that he was a sham. I take credit for that. Yeah, exactly. So, but I love Mehdi Hassan. Well, that's not like from game theory or anything. That's just like basic facts. We've all known that, right? Like we all could have predicted this shit because we've been wanting to go to war with Iran forever. Okay.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right?
Yes.
Because in Trump's first
Yes.
term, as you mentioned,
So that-
Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. The biggest
Correct, Trump
escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war during that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time.
Correct, Shivering.
But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East.
Yeah,
so if
I mean,
Trump
but this
had,
we know.
had won a second term, then he would have started the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so now question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the Democrats were hopeless.
Oh, wow, guys. What a prophet. What a prophet. Who could have guessed that Trump might win a second time because the Democrats were incompetent? Oh, my God. Shocking. Shocking. It's not like 3/4 of us here right now could have predicted that easily just by watching the failures of Biden and Kamala Harris. No. None of us could have predicted that, right? None of us could have said that and thought of that, okay? Like, all of us were probably saying that and being like, what the fuck are the Democrats doing? We're going to lose because they have Kamala up there. Okay. Yeah, like, okay. He's like, well, I knew it because I could predict it. I'm like, well, we know. We all, okay, so obvious.
That they were not delivering on the promises, that there were a lot of issues. For example, what was happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine,
Mummified
that
Butterfly.
was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment.
Oh my God, the insights are incredible. He deserves to have millions upon millions of followers on YouTube, and I deserve to only have 11,000. Okay, anyway, I love you all very much. LaCroix, we all thought the campaigning with Dick Cheney was a great idea, right? Yeah, such a great idea.
And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning in 2024. And if he won in 2024, then I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Just on your prediction.
Because Mehdi Hassan is dismantling him, Fox Emblem. Just you wait. That's why we're watching it.
I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes.
I love Mehdi Hassan. Exactly. Well done. So he predicted also that he would pick Haley, and that was wrong. So no one's mentioning the things he got wrong.
Absolutely. So, so I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign, because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That was key to...
That's just not true, guys. The Republican base does not like Nikki Haley. Okay, she's way too neocon. She's not crazy enough. She's a lunatic, but she's not like Trump's kind of lunatic. So he thought that the Republican Party of Donald Trump and MAGA would want Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador, who's just like a who's just like a regular neocon, instead of like JD Vance. That's not just a wrong prediction. That's a really bad prediction. That's not even a good prediction. Like, okay, yeah, and there you go, inverted panda. Like, okay, yeah, she's way too all right. That like anyway.
Biden's victory.
Sir Bart, the best way to describe a neocon is old Republican Party. George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, people who want to spread freedom and democracy abroad by violent means, okay? Always want to get in imperial wars, okay? Okay, Sir Bart, right?
In 2020. So I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that JD Vance also had a good opportunity to be.
Well, that sounds like post hoc. Okay, that sounds like post hoc rationalization there. Well, but I also thought there was a chance of JD Vance. That wasn't my prediction, but I thought there was a chance of JD Vance. Okay.
Be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or JD Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East.
Guys, I got to tell you though, he also fundamentally misunderstands the vice presidency. The vice president has almost no power, right? Honestly, like who you pick as vice president is a political move, an appeasement move. It oftentimes has no impact on policy. Now, there is one exception. There are a couple exceptions to that historically. George Bush's choice of Dick Cheney was a big deal because George Bush literally handed the entire security apparatus to Dick Cheney. But like, it's just like, no, yeah, you're right, Paul Squall, but that was unusual. And that's why I'm bringing up Dick Cheney, because George Bush made a deal with Dick Cheney and said, hey, Dick Cheney said, I will be your vice president, but you need to give me control over foreign affairs and the military. And and Bush is like, okay, but that's rare. Most of the time that doesn't happen. That almost never happens. Most of the time the vice president is just a figurehead. Okay. Like think about Kamala Harris under Biden. All right. Figurehead. That like in almost every single time they're figureheads. Okay. Hello, Mr. Kincaid. All right. All right.
Supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is JD Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial overreach. But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth. So that, yeah.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is. Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian. You're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed U.S. war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So
this is a good question. I will say it's going to be hard to get an honest answer out of him because he is probably in China right now, and the CCP is careful about sort of the if he's asking him to speak on behalf of the CCP and he's on video to a massive audience, he might be worried about what he says. If you see what I mean. But okay, we'll see what he says.
The official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on...
Oh, I know, Adventurous Gold. You're totally right. Okay, you're totally right. This is why we're watching him, because I want to see how it is that he got so popular. Adventurous Gold, it's always hot. Yeah, you're studying cognitive science. That's very cool, Adventurous Gold. Very cool. Yes, I did, Adventurous Gold. I loved it. I loved watching that. Mehdi was really hard on him, and I appreciated it.
Are liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle.
This is more
China,
boring than I thought it would be. I want to hear the crazy. I want to hear the crazy. I hope we're not bored. Is anyone here too bored? I mean, it doesn't matter if like one or two of you are too bored. I'm still going to watch it, but still, okay. I don't care about the audience.
A lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas. Specifically, the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business orientated.
Honestly, he's right. He's not, honestly, not much of this is a lie, okay?
And I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little...
Wait a minute. Okay, so... Wait. He was deported from China for videotaping protesters. So the Chinese government didn't like him and they deported him, and then he got back into China. Okay. That's a weird bit of lore. He did notice, guys, at the beginning of his talk, here, yeah, he said that when he talked about China, he said, well, the established Chinese narrative is, which was almost like him saying, well, this is what they say. So is he sort of it might be that he made a deal of some sort. That's interesting. That I didn't know that about him. Okay. Mehdi. All right, let's see what we learn about him now.
Little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics. Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right. So when I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry. And one major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swarming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law. And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in?
That doesn't make sense. Why would you deport someone for spying and then let them right back into the country without charging them? Do you see what I mean, guys? That's weird. There's something he's not saying here. Okay, I don't know what this is about. This is weird. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, that's weird. Like they're like in that case, why would they deport him at all if they're just gonna be like, okay, come right back in? Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Like there's something weird going on here. I don't know what it is. There's just something really weird going
Not
on
known
here.
for being that trusting.
Yeah, that's kind of trusting.
They suspected me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2002. In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort. You said, in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintains its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views?
Ah, okay. And yet they still let him back in? Something ain't adding up.
From less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where
Right,
you are
Shiv?
very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show, they allow you to be on YouTube, you get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow
English.
you to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China...
Oh my God, I love Mehdi Hassan. He's asking great questions. I'm sorry, guys, I know I'm not saying much, but this is super interesting. I didn't realize he was this involved with the Chinese government or having, like, issuis with them.
Why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese government has noticed that.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
Oh, if that's true, I'm worried about him. If he's using a VPN in order to access YouTube to do this interview and stuff, someone's going to find out about that. So he's either being very, very brave or he's not telling the truth in regards to why he's allowed to do this.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of
Yeah,
truth.
Weird Amorphous Blob.
Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to Westerners.
Hold on, that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, you know, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature.
Yeah, you're right, Inverted Panda. A lot of them use it, but to be a big creator like this and to say it out loud that you're using a VPN to speak to someone overseas on a big platform is like pointing a target at yourself. You see what I mean? Like that's kind of a lot of people do use VPNs, and the Communist Party, by the way, knows a lot of people use VPNs. They're not really doing much about it, but because you know they can't go after everyone. But to do this publicly is interesting.
Geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati,
You're right.
the Freemasons...
He is sort of admitting it, Jonas. He's saying that his newfound way of speaking isn't organic, that the Chinese government is sort of allowing it. That's just interesting. This is very complex in terms of there's probably stuff we don't know, but okay.
The Jesuits are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy.
See, this is the craziness where he thinks the Catholic Church and the Jesuits control everything, okay?
When you talk about the Illuminati, it's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to
that is not a speculative analysis, so you just say random shit and see what sticks? Is that what speculative analysis is? Yeah, he did, Inverted Panda, you're right. Yes, scholarship. That's not scholarship. Like, what does that mean? Like, speculative analysis, I just say random shit and then we speculate on it? Like, what does that mean? That's not, like, okay, for the folks out there that have been to grad school, for example, right? And I know many of you have, or several of you have at least, right? I doubt we'd be able to get our theses through if we're just like, for the sake of speculative analysis, let's say the Illuminati control everything. So anyway, in this, okay, what? That makes no sense. All right. Yeah, it's just random. Okay.
Yale, and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, the most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the very idea of predictive history is this: how do we know if our understanding of history is correct? And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. My history brain, I'm going to lose my mind. What the fuck is he talking about? Based off so we can make predictions based off our historical framework. What the hell is our historical framework? I don't know what that means. Different places have different historical mythologies and things like that. Different historians approach history in different ways. I don't get yeah, exactly, that single historical framework. What does he mean? It literally doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Our historical framework. Okay. Philly Cheese, don't remind me. Philly Cheese, you're always inciting me, aren't you? Philly Cheese says, by the way, do you live in Philly? You don't have to tell me that, but do you live in Pennsylvania? Do you live in the United States? I can tell CR's brain is breaking on how this dude has millions of subs. I'm just jealous. Philly Cheese. I'm just jealous because, yeah, I have few subs and he has tons more. You're right. Oh, is that true? So, predictive history is literally a concept in Foundation, right? Because he's about Asimov, right? I don't know. I don't get it, Mummified Butterfly. Yeah. Okay. Let's. All right. Let's continue.
And seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this...
One of these things is not like the other. One of these things, it doesn't belong. Okay, to say game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, which I can't even pronounce the word. Eschatology being like the theological debates and studies over like over the end times, and like is that let me find a better definition of it. I wish Invalid Axiom was here. Eschatology, because it's like different theories about about the end times, about life. Okay, eschatology. I can't find. Yeah, the theological study of last things, the ultimate destiny and end times and stuff of the cosmos. Okay, so what does that have anything to do with historical patterns and game theory? That is a weird mix. It'd be like, guys, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 1,000 bits. It'd be like if I was like, I use Marxism, study of historical patterns, and, you know, I don't know, some random shit, you know, creationism. Okay, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't get that. That's a weird thing to add on there. Eschatology. What?
This gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned.
No, they're not.
You said you were at Yale.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not at Yale? It wasn't in
Yes.
international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Oh God, I love you, Mehdi. So he is an English lit graduate. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. But that doesn't make sense. Eschatology is like not related to. It's not like an academic thing. I mean, it is amongst theologians, but okay, he's an English lit guy. I don't know what he's talking about, but okay.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors.
Thank you,
I
politics.
I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor.
You're
I'm
not
not
a
a professor.
professor.
But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter when
lectures-
you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a god. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your
And he presents himself as a professor. He always has like a board in the background.
analysis. You just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up.
Yeah,
You're
thank
speculating.
you.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on
Too much on
imagination.
facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds.
What? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have to repeat that. He said it focuses too much on facts and rigor. Okay.
You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor.
Okay. Well, there it is. All right. The problem with education is it focuses too much on facts and rigor. You guys, we got to make education lazier and less fact-based. Okay. All right. Okay. No, inverted panda. Hilarious, inverted panda. How dare you, inverted panda? Inverted panda, you get a bonk. Bonk. Okay, no, I know you're joking, inverted panda. I'm a teacher, inverted panda, literally. I was a teacher, so you're right. Teachers also have boards and shit, but okay, whatever. How dare you, inverted panda? Okay. All right, this is crazy, though. Dear God. All right, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm gonna continue. You know how much some people hate fact. Well, let's continue.
Not enough
Too
on
much on
imagination.
facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds. I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make sure.
No, that is not. I really don't want to get into philosophy right now, guys, but that is not. Okay, in order to understand truth, you often need facts. Okay, you almost always need facts. And facts are truthful. That by definition, if it's a fact, it's truthful, right? Now, a fact can be wrong in that it's not actually a fact. It's something that's been like, what? I don't get this. This doesn't make sense to me, right? Okay, and yeah, there is room, especially in the social sciences and the humanities. Yeah. Matt Saigai here, who is a scientist, like the hard sciences are much more based off experimentation, data collection, things like that. It is much more like hard factual, your empirically verified data than the humanities and social sciences. But so there is room in the humanities and social sciences for some theorizing and speculation, but you still need a base set of facts so that when you do try to speculate, you can at least base the speculation on what you know is already true. So this is not okay. It's just confusing. I don't get this. I like this. What is he talking about? Okay.
Predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us.
So it's all about the vibes, right? That's what he's saying. It's all about the vibes. We need to go back to vibes, right? Like it's true because I feel like it's true. All right, it's okay, vibes based. We used to be a people, right? Professor, exactly, HMS. Yeah, I know, guys. This is the thing about Jiang is that he oftentimes starts out sounding rational. Okay, it goes downhill, right? Inverted Panda, social sciences guy here, and the amount of math I had to do for my thesis was mind-boggling. Yeah, correct. Inverted Panda, and I want to point out Inverted Panda, I'm overgeneralizing here. A lot of social sciences do very strong data collection, but they're not. It's not as experiment based as the hard sciences, and the humanities definitely not, right? So you're absolutely right. So I'm not saying that math isn't necessary in a lot of social sciences, but there is more room for interpretation because it's harder to do direct experiments in a lot of social sciences. And I'm overgeneralizing, of course. And I'm saying that because I also have a degree in anthropology, which is a social science, and there's a lot of and there's a lot. I know what you mean. There's a lot of math and shit involved. But yeah. It's still super important, but okay.
Understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence?
Yeah.
You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people. I know many of them. Second of all,
I will say the Jesuits used to be absolutely out of their minds. Way in history, guys, the Jesuits used to be the most radical Catholics. The ones are burn the heretics, kill them all. The Jesuits used to be real crazy. They've calmed down a bit. They have calmed down a bit, but they're fine. They're better now. But okay.
There's been one pope who's a Jesuit and he's gone. So people would wonder, facts are important to your evidence.
Yeah,
and people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do.
You're right,
You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel.
Oh, Jonas, good question. Jonas says, so there are branches of Catholicism. So there are orders of priesthood. Okay. Yep, it was Inverted Panda. You know it, Inverted Panda. So the Catholic Church has priestly orders. So there's the Franciscans, which are a branch, which are priests and clergy people who are especially adhere to the teachings of a guy named Francis of Assisi. You have the Jesuits, who were legitimately founded to combat Protestantism. They were like the inquisitors. They were like the ones created to go out and destroy the Protestants, okay? So I wouldn't say that they are branches of Catholicism, but they are orders of priest, okay?
Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews, in which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the Bible, that's exactly what you can...
Adventurous Gold says, you are anthropology. Perhaps you share my hate for Mircea Eliade. Okay. I'm not a fan. And let's put it this way. I don't see how it's useful. But that's because I have a different approach to anthropology than Mircea Eliade did, okay? Mircea Eliade was more about, like, finding the sort of hidden structure of every religion, and that there's, like, a basic structure to most religions, all right? Where there's, you know, like, an idea that, you know, the what is it, like, the Axi Mundi and things like that, and the idea of trying to... It's like a way of connecting the spiritual to the profane, you know, all that crap. But, like, I think that's cute, and it's an interesting way of understanding religions, but I like a more materialist approach, I gotta tell you. But, so, you know, it's an interesting approach. I don't wanna say, though, he's my favorite, though. I will say that, okay? Anyway.
Derive from it. If you go to my lecture, Dawn of the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible as my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Yeah, Adventurous Gold.
So,
I don't like it.
sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say
Magalica.
Pax Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews.
Yeah, that's weird. To be clear, guys, this is also just really weak. Guys, Israel is a vassal state of the United States. There's not like a separate... to be clear, I know I'm really not a fan of Israel, but it is not fully a separate entity from the United States. It is part of the American Empire. It is a vassal state to the United States, largely. And yeah, it sometimes the tail wags the dog, but to make it seem like that is a separate Pax Judaica, which is a weird way of framing that, from Pax Americana, which wasn't a peace to begin with, it does not compute, all right? It's not like a separate entity or whatever. Okay, and also the Pax Americana, I don't even believe in as a concept. The American peace? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay? Right, America's been super peaceful, right? All the Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, all the overthrows, all the bombings, all the... Okay? Like all of this weird shit, you know, very Pax Americana. But regardless, that's weird. And yeah, it would be Pax Israelica, not... yeah, the same as like the Roman peace, okay? The Pax Romani. Very... okay, I don't know if I like that idea. There you go. Peace through strength, I guess. It's just kind of hilarious to me. Peace. So Matt Saigai, in Latin, it means peace. Pax means peace. So the Roman Empire had something they called the Pax Augusti or the Pax Romani, where they claimed to have achieved like a peace, and yeah, anyway, the Pax Britannica. Honestly, what those words mean, guys, is that a dominant superpower has suppressed war between major powers, all right? So it's peace if it is a peace if you only care about war between European powers. So yeah, after World War II, there hasn't necessarily been a massive global war between the major powers, but it hasn't been a peace. You see what I mean? Okay, like it's a very Western, centric, American-centric concept. While people in the global South are being bombed and killed and genocided, I guess we're at peace, right?
Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So, so I'm using a Latin convention, and so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica. I mean, like.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Really?
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the...
Guys, I've heard that a lot, by the way. Absolutely. Jonas, I'm clapping for you. You get a boop, Jonas. Boop. Jonas, I didn't even think of this. You're right. This is what I've said before, right? It was like how Nazis shifted violence to the camps. So guys, a lot of colonial violence done by the West against the global South has become institutionalized and hidden from view. And I've mentioned this before. A lot of times it's not even direct violence anymore. Yeah, there is still that, but a lot of the violence done in like the global South is done structurally, right? Like the famines, okay? The poverty that causes excess death, the lack of medical care, that all stems from a wealth inequality derived from colonial extraction. The funding of various groups against each other for the sake of domination, okay? It is sort of a way of hiding the violence, very similar to what the Nazis did by moving the violence into the camps, or what America has done in the American prison system. We appear to have these amazing middle-class neighborhoods with little violence because we've taken all the people, we've all taken the violence and put it into mass prisons, so the violence is still happening, but it's out of sight and out of mind, okay? Correct, all right? Excellent point.
The Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project.
Yeah, inverted panda, correct. And I know the Americans in here agree with that. Like most of a lot of Americans can't point to Iran on a map, and we over here already suffered the consequences of the war they started. Right, inverted panda. Right? Pakistan has suffered a lot from America. Okay, including our involvement in Afghanistan has caused some issues for issues for Pakistan. There's lots of other ones too, but okay.
Is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible, and this extends from the. See,
I also really don't like how he's saying they. There you go, Dolly boy. They. Right? Like the Jews as a collective believe that the Yahweh of the Bible. There are Jewish people who are atheists, and they're still Jewish because it's also an ethnic identity for a lot of Jewish folks. There are Jewish people that are Reform, and they don't really hold strong religious belief. They're culturally Jewish, but they don't. You see what I mean? It's just like lumping everyone together. That's all you always got. It's always a problem. There you go, Sam Cedar, right? It's always a problem when you start lumping people together, or when you talk about they, the Muslims, or they, the Christians, or they, the Americans, or they, the Iranians. You see what I mean? Because they're human beings, which means that they are different from each other. Every individual is different. You see what I mean? Okay, we got that? Bye-bye, see ya, Hiyori.
Out to the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews, for Jews, by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order
that doesn't sound anti-Semitic at all, right?
to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And this listen. Just to be clear, and this is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots. Because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube,
I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. So I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech.
Matt Saigai,
am
I don't know.
anti-war.
I have to count. I don't think so yet, Matt Saigai. I'll have to check. I have to count, to be honest. Literally, I have to go back and check, Matt Saigai. I haven't been keeping count.
I'm anti-empire. I believe in individual autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences and given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
Well, what do I say, guys? Not to sound rude or offensive. No, it's okay, Jonas. Like for a lot of Jewish folks, they view it. I wouldn't even want to say ethnic group. They view it as like a cultural identity. Okay. But I see what you mean, Jonas. Okay. So, like, what was I about to say here? He's okay. I was about to say this. He's saying, okay, fine, Dolly Boy. Guys, I will count it. I will let you know after the stream. I have to count it all. I believe you. I believe that I've gotten $50. I just have to recount it, okay? I believe all of you, though. So, Sir Bart, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll get back to the stream. Okay, fine. All right. So, he's like, well, people think I'm on the far right now. Guys, what is the phrase I always use? If it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So if he acts like a right winger, if he says things that are like a right winger, if he, does things like a right winger, he's probably a right winger, right? It'd be like if there was a fascist who's like, you know what? It's a shame. It's a shame. I think Hitler is great. Yeah, I believe in an exterminationist war of aggression against the East. Okay, thank you, LaQual. Thank you. Okay. I want there to be a single leader, and I think his name should be Hitler, whatever. Okay. But I'm on the left. It's a shame people think I'm on the right. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Okay. Hello, Finn. Welcome, Finn. Okay.
That is unfortunate.
Last
question.
Guys, thank you, LaQual and Jonas. Okay, guys, I'm almost certain I've gotten enough to do the After Dark stream, but thank you for donating.
You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay, so my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire for the United States, and that they will have to call a national draft.
Adventurous Gold, you're right. Adventurous Gold, you're right. By the way, Adventurous Gold, you need to stick around. I like your comments. Adventurous Gold, I mean, he did the I'm not talking about Jews. What I don't like is international finance. Yeah, and he said secret societies, which sounds very Protocols of the Elders of Zion-ish, okay, if you guys know what that is. Okay. Yeah, right, Jonas? What a long shot prediction. I'm predicting America will use ground forces. Oh, really? You think after we have like tens of thousands of troops in the Middle East, and the Trump administration has been saying they might do it? Okay. Wow. What a shocking prediction.
That's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think that the talk of nuclear weapons.
I think so too. That's a pretty obvious prediction too. That'd be stupid. That would be very stupid to use a nuke. Okay. And I know a lot of us have said before that might happen, but no, like I've always said it won't happen because like it'd be very, very unusual. Or like it just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. I don't think that'll ever happen. Okay. Unless Israel feels like it's about to be destroyed. They wouldn't do that. All right. It would be, I don't know. It's not going to happen. Okay. The Empire. Yeah. What a genius, right? Shocking. Any historian, any person would tell you that that's deeply unlikely. Right. Okay.
It's fear mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. He's saying that one of his predictions is that the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem will be destroyed? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, at some point, the Israelis are going to complete their ethnic cleansing. And that, let's admit it, that'd probably be one of their targets is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But like, and because they also do want to destroy it in order to replace it with like the temple, right? Isn't that like one of those weird end times things that a lot of Zionists believe or whatever? Yeah, like, but that's not terribly surprising. Um, okay, I guess we'll see. That actually is more of a reasonable prediction. But okay.
Well, that would be a disaster. God forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui and Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions.
Yeah, but
Thank
that's
you so
not
much.
prophetic at all.
Thank you.
Did you like this?
Okay, so thank God we're done with that. Thank you guys for watching the lunacy with me. I deeply appreciate Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan is like one of the most honest journalists ever. Like, he always asks really good questions. I just love Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, he really slapped him around. Exactly. Didn't call him professor at the end. Correct, Philly cheese. All right. All right, you guys. That was good. I like that. Okay, I will send you the bill for my bleeding ears. You're welcome, Finn. Sure. Okay. Gladly. Though I'm in poverty too because I'm an American, so I am not going to be able to pay for it. But okay. He does have a lovely smile, right? Mehdi Hassan. Is Mehdi Hassan married? Oh, God. I would hit him up so quickly. Anyway. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Shiv, it probably is. I have not seen. Damn it. He's okay. Oh, yeah. No problem, Politics. Please come back whenever. Love having you here. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you're right, Shiv. I think it is unusual for him to get challenged. I've only ever seen even lefties and like progressives and shit, asking him weak questions and not really questioning him. But anyway, Adventurous Gold. Are you leaving? What does that mean? Dips. What the hell does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, Adventurous Gold? Okay. So let's see, guys. I have other things we could watch. How's everyone doing out there on this lovely Saturday? I suspect, folks, I have made $50. So we will do an After Dark stream tonight. I'm going to verify. I will be verifying that. So if I end up finding out that I haven't, then we won't. But for now, okay. No, he's mine, Adventurous Gold. Oh, dibs. I got you, Adventurous Gold. Ron, Adventurous Gold. I already claimed dibs. Okay. I got you. Okay. So, but you lose. All right. Well, that sounded like I was dehumanizing him a bit, wasn't it? My mistake, but I don't care. I do claim dibs. Anyway, so after stream, so I'll almost certainly do an After Dark stream tonight, guys. We'll probably start doing that around, okay. What's the world? What was I going to say here? We could, oh yeah. So between 6:30 and 7:30, I will come on a second time later. I'm not getting off right now, but I'm just telling everyone, and we'll do an After Dark stream where I'll probably be partaking of some alcoholic beverage. And we will, I will probably, thank you, Dolly Boy. Forgive me. Doug's not here to remind me. Dolly Boy has done the job. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So sometime between there is where I'll start the stream. When we do After Dark streams, we typically watch some entertaining stuff, some comedy stuff, and then we listen to music from people all around the globe because we have people here from all around the globe. And I'll be drinking and making a fool of myself. So, okay. So anyway, we'll be doing that later. All right. Okay. Inverted Panda, Casual Revolt. I hope Muslims won't get mad at me here. You are a Muslim, aren't you, Inverted Panda? I'm stereotyping. I'm assuming, given that you're from Pakistan. Okay. Casual Revolt. I hope Muslims won't get mad at me here, but I have a way to put this Abrahamic conflict to bed for all time. Muslims agreed that Jews can destroy the mosque and build the temple, and if the world ends, then they are proven right. No argument. If it doesn't, then everyone is wrong and stop this conflict. Okay, that's fair, Inverted Panda. That's fun. Okay. Oh, you're an ex-Muslim? Okay, Inverted Panda. I got you. All right. Okay. Yeah, it would lead to so much outrage, though. Okay. I got you. Okay. What, Matt Sai guy? I was assuming because guys. So Inverted Panda, I know I'm talking about you like you're not here, Inverted Panda. Inverted Panda started off are you a he? His phrase, I hope Muslims won't get mad at me. So I'm like, okay, well, before I read the rest of it, let me make it clear. If something that sounds Islamophobic comes out of Inverted Panda's mouth, it's probably, he is Muslim, So that was kind of my thing, so that I didn't say anything that was like, I I didn't repeat anything too Islamophobic. You get what I mean? Okay. You get what I mean? You guys know what I mean. I didn't mean mean it that way. Okay. All right. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. All right. All right. That's like the religious verdict of dead naming. I hate all of you. Okay. All right. All right. All right. God, I'm just being so racist today. I claim dibs on Mehdi Hassan, and then I'm doing. All right. I didn't say that, Matt. I hate all of you. You all know you're just picking on me. You all know you're just picking on me. Okay, you're all just picking on me. Thank you, politics. Okay, all right. Okay. So let's see what else we got here. All right. I wanted to. Okay. You know what we could do, guys? You never heard CR say what? How dare you? I hate all of you. It's hard to be a streamer, okay? It's hard. Everyone judges you. You have to be super careful, and then you get yelled at. And, like, I can't even say things that are racist. And people yell at me. Like, what is that? You know I'm joking. Okay, ever done a reaction on Kissinger? No, Jonas, but I would love to. Maybe one of these days I will, okay? You know I'm joking. I hope you guys know I'm joking. Okay. So, all right. All right. So, I know, thank you. Thank you for laughing, Mummified Butterfly. I'm glad someone did. All right. I know, LaQuad, it's a joke. Okay, God, I should shut up. All right, so we have here haunted house investigation. We could do that later tonight, Matt Saigai. We've actually done that before in late night streams. We've watched like haunted house videos. Haunted houses aren't real, Matt Saigai. You know that, right? You know that, right? Okay, we'll do that, Matt Saigai. Okay, so let me see what else we got here. I'm gonna check what we got in. Give me one moment. You know what? I gotta pee. I really gotta pee again. I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be right back, okay? No, they are not, Matt Saigai. Ghosts are not real. And for those of you who do believe ghosts are real, get out of my stream. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Believe in what you want, but no, they're not real. And Matt Saigai, no, they're not. Okay, they're not. Yeah, you're right. Ghosts are only from the Victorian era. Let's be honest, okay? They're always Victorian ghosts. Some lady that died of tuberculosis. Okay, there was this one time where trees were moving, but only in front of one creepy-looking house. Ooh, Jonas. All right, I don't know. Okay, I don't know about that, Jonas. Okay, I just said a prayer and power walked away. I get that, Jonas. I get that. Okay. Hey, again, people can believe what they want. I'm just saying you're wrong. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm joking. I love you all. You can believe what you want. Okay, I'm not judgmental. Anyway, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back, guys. Matt Saigai. I'll be right back. I love you all, okay? Everyone forget the last 10 minutes of everything I've said, okay? Bye-bye, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again. And my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic. And I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. Hello. Okay. Oh, sorry. I know I'm disgusting. Excuse me. I'm a filthy pig. All right. Scientific twerking. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay. You know what? Let me see here. Number eight. Let's see here. What the fuck are you all talking about? What kind of lunacy are we getting up to in the chat right now? By the way, because I had to pee. It was a long pee, Mr. King K. It was a long pee, and I had to refill my coffee. Okay. All right. So, guys, let me see here. I'm so sorry I can't go. How much do for a spirits will get mad at? But what the hell are you all talking about? What are you guys? What are you rambling about aimlessly? You kind of just you're all weirdos. What the hell? What is this? You know what? I don't even want to know. What kind of not? You're all a bunch of. Okay. Okay. Whatever. You know what? I don't know what's going on. You know what? Whatever. Who cares? All right, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna open up. By the way, is Gwen here? Is Gwen here? Apparently, there was an argument on the Discord or something, and I don't know if anyone people were fighting or some shit. I briefly checked my phone. I don't know if anyone knows, but I can't find any evidence that this happened. Anyone know? Anyway, who knows? Okay, I don't know. Okay, by the way, guys, join our Discord if you want to. It's linked at the top. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I got some messages. I didn't get to read all of them on Discord, but I don't see anything happening. Anyway, so guys, please click the if you want to join our Discord. I recommend everyone here do it. We have a great apparently Matt Saga. I can't if you go up in the chat, there's like someone mentioned something. Anyway, and on a user that's not there anymore. I don't know. So if you want to join our Discord, click the join button, click the Discord button. It's linked at the top of both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. It might be at the bottom of the YouTube chat, actually. I don't know, but it's somewhere on the YouTube chat, I think. At least it should be. Is it? Is it there? So do that. Invite invalid. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. You can join our Discord. If you do join our Discord, we have a great and fast-growing community on there. You can also recommend videos for me to react to, and I'm going to go in right now and look at some of the videos that people have recommended that I react to or watch or give commentary on, whatever it may be. So we'll do that now, and please join our Discord. I would very much appreciate it. Also, let me do a little self-promotion here, folks. I think this is the first time I've done it overall, which is good news. If you want to become a member, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month to help support me in doing this full time. Or you can go over to Twitch and support me by subscribing for free using Amazon Prime if you have a Amazon Prime subscription, or you can become a member regularly, in which case you won't have to see ads anymore on Twitch. And if you do that, you get access to a cute little emojis and jester hats next to your name. For the longer you're in the community, the jester hat changes color, and I'm going to be adding more soon. And you can also send me bits over on Twitch or super chats over on YouTube, in which either case, if you send 200 bits or $2 or more, I will read what you send me automatically. So if you want to be certain that I'll read what you say, do that. Or you can send me buy me a coffee, which is you can use this QR code right here next to my face to do that. Or you can click the link. Okay, whatever. I love you all very much. Hello, hello, Diego. How are you doing? Okay, we'll get into it. Let me get into it. So let me see what we have here on Discord. You know what, Sir Bartholomew? I suddenly believe in ghosts. I believe you. I think you're right. The spirits are telling you that we should all donate to CR. I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, where is the... sorry, I'm trying to find the Discord link. There it is. Okay. Let me just look at the Discord, see if I can figure out what to react to. Okay. All right. Ooh, let's watch this. So this... Oh, this is short. We'll watch this one. This was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. We'll watch other ones too, guys. But this is kind of that same channel that we were watching with the fighting going on. Okay, what a grifter. Oh, what's this? They also say you should drop all your banking information in chat. There you go, Sir Bart. Okay. God, what a grifter I know. Okay, I am such a grifter, folks. Okay, by the way, guys, if you want to see how much money I made last week, you can also join our Discord. I post every month how much money I made the month before, so you know I'm not trying to fleece any of you, okay? So it's in the announcements channel, how much I made last month. Okay, so, and eventually we'll turn it into a co-op or whatever. We'll turn the community into a co-op, and we'll vote on shit. But anyway, for anyone who does labor for it. Okay, so we have here on the left, because I'm a socialist, for those who don't know. Okay, for those who weren't aware that I'm a socialist on this fun Scream Day. We have here on the left, something sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. It's from that same channel we were watching. I'm in a history mood. This is only a minute long. I try my best. I got you, Matt Sagai. Okay. Was that so, Inverted Panda? Okay, if that's the case, I didn't know that the link was invalid. I apologize for everyone who may have tried. I will let me post a new link. So for those who want to join the Discord, if the link is invalid, I will now give you a new link. So please, I'm posting the Discord link in the chat on Twitch, and now I'll post it in the chat on YouTube. Please join our Discord. I didn't realize it was not working. So there you go, guys. There is the Discord link. Use that to join the Discord if the link that I posted isn't working, okay? All right, so let's watch this. This is called two-handed poleaxe versus one-handed war axe. What would I prefer in this case? What would I prefer in this case? I'd probably prefer the hand axe. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay, let's watch. Oh, they're actually doing the fighting. They're not like... Because, guys, like, real fighting in the Middle Ages was just, like, brutally, like, beating each other. And, like, it wasn't, like, this clean sword clinking and stuff. You kind of, like, poke at each other and try and, like this, like what they're doing. Like, it's kind of funny. It doesn't look very epic at all. It's just kind of like clink, clink, clink. Oof. I don't know. Maybe I would prefer the axe. Okay, well. Oh, wow. Woo. Yeah, very uncinematic. Okay. Yeah, like, there'd be a bunch of clinking around doing this stuff. Okay. Yeah, Mark Mullen would goon to this. That's cute. Right, the nerd rising. Me too. It's kind of cool, though. Stop, he's dead already. Calm down, Dolly Boy. That was really cool. Thank you, Fetty. Do you guys know the poem, Three Ravens? I think the people from the UK out there probably have heard of it. Three Ravens poem. I'm going to read it to you real fast. It's not that long. It's an old medieval folk song type deal. Okay, so it's very short. It's an old ballad poem from the Middle Ages, and I'll try to sing it for you. I don't really, well, I'll sing as much of it as I can. Okay, there were three ravens sat on a tree. Down, hey down, hey down, hey down. They were as black as they might be with a down. One of them said to his mate, "Where shall we our breakfast take?" In a down, dairy, 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 down, down, down in yonder green field lay. There lies a knight slain under his shield. Okay, you know, I'm not going to do the song. Okay, whatever. Okay, there lies a knight slain under his shield. His hounds, they lie down at his feet. So well can they their master keep. Okay, his hawks, they fly so eagerly. There's no fowl dare come him nigh. Down there comes a fallow doe, as great with yon as she might go. She lifts up his bloody head and kissed his wrists that were so red. She got him up upon her back and carried him to earth and lake. She buried him before his prime, and she was dead herself before song time. Okay, God send every gentleman such hawks, such hounds, and such a layman. Okay, so why? Yeah. Okay. Shut up, okay? I hate all of you, all right? The whole purpose of this, okay, is there's these three ravens sitting in a tree, okay? And they just watched a battle between medieval knights, and one of them is dead. And down, dairy, 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 down, down. Okay, and one of them is dead, and his wife actually comes, and she disguises herself, and she takes his body off the field and then buries him. And the ravens are watching all of it, okay? And she buries him, and it's very sad. And then she dies of sorrow at his grave. And then the end of the song, send every gentleman hawks, hounds, and layman, okay? As in, let's hope every man dies with so much, like with a woman who cares for him after he dies and things like that. You know what? Okay, Slurking Snow Leopard, we'll listen to this version. So here we go.
There were three ravens sat on a tree.
I'm gonna make sure I don't get demonetized here. It's actually a really dark song. about like death and like how brutal war is. And how it's not good for anyone, and it was sort of a very subversive song for the time, okay? And like jesters and bards and stuff used to sing this song. Shut up, Dolly boy. Yeah, look, Quad's dark. I think the lyrics I were reading were not matched to the song, but
one of them said to his mate, "Where shall we our breakfast take?"
okay. Did you see here how these three ravens are debating which body should we chew on? Okay, like of all these dead men out in this field.
With a down, derry, 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 down, down.
It's a beautiful song from the Middle Ages.
Down in yonder greeny field.
Okay.
Down, down, hey, down, hey, down.
How dare you, Dolly boy?
There lies a knight slain under his shield with a down. His hounds they lie down at.
Like imagine, so I want you to imagine here, Sir Bart, it is partially copied out, like the Rains of Castamere is set in a tune that's very reminiscent of the old bardic songs of the Middle Ages. And I want to point out, imagine that there's a bard or even a jester, because sometimes jesters would sing to the bard's music, sitting in like a king's hall with this song playing in the background. And you can this is why I like the song. You can imagine that the nobles that are listening to that song would take a different meaning from it than the lower down nobles and the peasantry listening to it. The peasantry and the lower down nobles would be like, yeah, this is a song showing how horrible war is. And the nobles would take it as a song meaning like the sacrifice of the knights is a good thing. So it was sort of a subversive song that allowed people to talk about the horrors of war without offending the nobility, even in like a noble setting, okay? It's really interesting. Listen.
Feet, so well do they their master keep with a down.
So what he's talking about is that there's a dog, this guy's dog, his pet, is lying at his feet, waiting for him to wake up, but he's dead. Okay.
Derry, 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 down, down. His hawks they fly so eagerly. Down, down, hey, down,
hey, down.
There is no fountain near him. Come with a down.
So the guy's hawks, because so I keep pausing. I also don't want to get copyright. His falcons, like falcons, his hawks, a lot of lesser nobles and nobles kept hawks and falcons, were circling him, preventing any carrion birds from eating his body. So like all these animals he owned and stuff are defending him and protecting him.
Down there comes a fallow doe, as great with young as she might go with a...
Okay, the doe, which is like a female deer, is a woman, okay? Now, in front of the nobility, you can't really say that because that would be very dark to talk about how, like, look, the nobles letting the nobles sending this knight to go die, and his wife to see it. I mean, it'd be very negative. It's implying that war is bad. So they call it a fallow doe, even though it's a woman who has lost her husband. And the word fallow, as in she's without child, meaning that he never got to pass on his line or his blood to anyone. He's dead, and she's never going to have a child. His line is dead. Okay. All right.
Down, derry, 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 down, down.
And like the tune of the song is dark and sad.
She lifted up his bloody head. Down, down, hey, down, and kissed
that were so red with a
Obviously mimicking the idea of Jesus Christ. He has wounds on his hands and feet because he was sacrificed for the sake of the nobility or for whatever.
She got him up upon her back and carried him to earthen lake with a down, derry, 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 down, down. She buried him before the prime.
Yeah.
Down, down, hey, down.
So now she's buried him.
And was dead herself ere even song time with a down.
And then she died of sorrow.
God send every gentleman such hawks, such hounds, and such a lemon with a down, derry, 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 down, down.
Okay, so isn't that a beautiful song? I know I got kind of off track there, but it's great. That notion at the very end where he says, God send every man, these hawks, these dogs, and these laymen, okay? It's also making fun. It's like, oh, I guess that's all you need, right? Well, you know, I guess we can't ask that men don't get killed. At least they can die with their wife and their animals near them, okay? Anyway, so there you go. That's Three Ravens, speaking of the Middle Ages. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm off track. Moving on. Next one. Let's see what else we got here. This one looks funny. This was sent by Fetty. Oh, another one by Fetty. All right, another one sent here by Fetty. This is Republicans Right Now. Let's take a look at this one. Did you guys like that song? I'm curious if you guys like the song. Right? Isn't it good? You can find other versions of it. Some of them are sung by women, and it's really beautiful with a woman's voice a lot of the time. Anyway, you should watch, okay? So let's watch this one. All right. Republicans Be Like This.
All right. Don't cross this line. Otherwise, I can't support you. Okay, I can't stay mad at you, but this one for sure.
Oh my God, this is brilliant.
Okay.
See how he's leaning just like Trump
All right,
does?
Mr. President. Okay.
That is good. It's so true. Oh my God, that's so true. That's pretty funny. Okay, very funny. I love it. Thank you, Fetty. All right. Life with a globe earther on her flat. Oh. This is Life with a Globe Earther on Our Flat Earth. Okay, so this guy is a flat earther. Dear God. He does stand like that. He leans forward weirdly. I don't know how he ever became bipedal. Okay, there must be something going on with his spine and pelvis. Anyway. He's an example of why we might end up becoming quadrupedal again. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti. This guy is a flat earther. Apparently, his heelless. Yeah, that's for sure. And Fetty says, he was pretending to be bipedal, that he's really funny. I know, right? And apparently, there's like hidden lore in his videos, according to Fetty Spaghetti. So we'll see what this is about. I trust Fetty Spaghetti. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Well, same day, same time. This is not to scale, of course.
Oh God, here we go. Please don't.
When
do
I
it.
grew up, the solar system was stationary.
All right, honey, come on.
What? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm really stuck on that statement. I know this is a short video. When you grew up, the solar system was stationary? When the fuck did he grow up? Like, I don't think the solar system was ever. What do you mean it was stationary? Like the whole thing was station? I'm very confused. You know what? I don't think we need to get into the minutia here. Let's just get to the point, okay? Let's just see what happens.
The sun was standing.
Why don't you stop this bullshit?
Idiot.
Oh, I love that. I guess so, LaCroix. I guess when he looked at the models of the universe, they never moved. Yeah. Oh. You look so sad. Oh.
Shouldn't you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've got the whole morning, and I'm just freezing, and I'm hungry, and it's time to stop cleaning the house.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Okay. Oh, that. I feel poor guy. What is that? That's really funny. But okay, so they're getting a divorce. Apparently, that's pretty funny. Okay. Oh, you know what I see on my screen here? Let's see what.
Hark,
Let's see. Oh,
every
she's
month on
back.
Patreon.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was a brief moment, but yeah, I'm glad his wife hates him. Right. Apparently, they're getting a divorce. That's really funny. Thank you, Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, dear God. I wonder why. I wonder why they're getting a divorce anyway. What does that mean? When I was growing up, the universe was stationary. I don't get it. I'm very confused. Anyway, so there you go, Jonas. The solar system might be stationary, but apparently she isn't because she's moving on. Brilliant, Jonas. Okay. Right. So, okay. Here, this literally appeared on my recommended after that one. Do you remember Betty Bowers? Do we remember Betty Bowers? Okay. Do we remember Betty Bowers? She mocks far right-wing evangelical Christianity. And she's the one that did that video about biblical marriage. So this looks like a new one. Sometimes the things she does are hit, sometimes they're miss. This one appears to be one about Easter, which is coming up tomorrow for those who celebrate. It says, God, it's called, Do We Have a Lazy Lord? Okay, so let's just see what she has to say. It might not be funny. Sometimes it's a miss, but we'll find out.
Patreon, members are invited to ask me questions, serious or otherwise, and I reply to each with a separate video. I thought I would share one from this month with you. John Kreider writes, Dear Mrs. Betty Bowers, me. So if in the beginning God just snapped his holy fingers and waved his holy hands for all of one whole week and voila, created, like everything. Although, according to Darwin and Hubble, he apparently keeps changing his mercurial mind. Then why did it take a full 72 hours for him to complete the one simple task of resurrecting Jesus to that of gloriously exalted deity status? I mean, geez Louise. Jesus himself was snapping his little fingers right and left, raising people from the dead just like that, in no time at all. So, was God second-guessing Jesus' aptitude as an applicant for this new job posting of great high priest? Or was it a Friday and God decided to take a long weekend? Or did God just simply forget that Jesus was still laying there stinking away in the tomb for all those days? In the name of our risen Christ, finally, ! It's about time. ! Dear John, yes, we're not converting brackish well water into surprisingly flinty Chardonnay. Raising people from the dead was Jesus' go-to parlor trick. Tomb. As to why Jesus was left to languish in a foul-smelling tomb, my guess is that it was simply because his father is notoriously indolent. After all, being an omnipotent being who needs to take a nap for the entire seventh day is hardly industrious. My favorite part of the creation story is that it takes place in a world where God always existed. That means that the Lord lounged about in darkness for an eternity.
Yeah.
Before he got around to creating light. Think about it, billions and trillions and zillions of years doing absolutely nothing.
I guess God is the great procrastinator, isn't he?
In the dark. Like I said, lazy. But suddenly, he devotes less than a week to creating things, and then apparently, the ADHD adult Lord lost interest in the whole undertaking and turned his attention instead to getting angry at the things he had just created by first evicting them, then drowning them, and then pelting them with burning rocks. As for Jesus's prolonged stay in the tomb, it probably took several days to move that enormous boulder over the entrance. And Jesus, bless his heart, must have been a tad weak after that exhausting crucifixion.
Yeah.
You know, I read that crucifixion entails more strenuous cardio than jumping rope for an hour. This might also explain why he was unable to perform magic tricks like raising himself from the dead. But honestly, I think he should have stayed in there even longer. Normally, death requires more of a commitment than just a long weekend. Just saying. Great question. Glory.
Glory. Okay. She's funny. Anyway. So there we go. I mean, that's Betty Bauer's take on that. I guess God was a bit lazy. All right. Why did it need to take 3? You know what? I don't, she said it. I don't need to add any more to that. Okay, moving on here. No offense to anyone who believes that stuff. I'm just saying. All right. Okay. What else we got here? Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Fly me to the moon. Okay, let's see here. Growing up in Germany. Yeah. Muslims thought they would see here. I'm sorry, I'm just looking here. Okay, we'll watch this really fast. What's this? Man carrying thing?
Okay, this semester, we're going to be covering what happens to failed empires, and our main example...
Oh, God, this is funny. Okay, this appears... Okay, guys, it appears that this guy is... she probably does, Trump failed. It appears that this guy, who I've seen before, I don't know who he is, but I've seen him before, is making fun of Professor Jiang. You know, Professor in quotes Jiang, okay? I don't know what his first name is, but that teacher guy, lunatic. Okay, so let's watch it. This looks funny. It's called Game Theory 1, The Collapse of U.S. Empire, and he's calling himself Professor Thing. So we'll see what he does to mock that. Let's see what it is, okay? I'm kind of excited.
Okay, this semester, we're going to be covering what happens...
Who sent this, by the way? Who do I need to give credit for? Thank you, Fox Emblem. If you're still there, Fox Emblem, thank you.
...to failed empires, and our main example will be the United States Empire, okay? This is an example. This is our first example, okay? Now, I'm going to be using game theory to predict what happens to the United States, okay? And game theory, okay, is when you predict things, right? That's what game theory is. And I'm the best at it, okay? I recently predicted lots of things that have come true, right? And I predicted the United States would launch a war with Iran, right? Okay? And I predicted also that the United States would lose this war, okay?
And you can barely see what he says, too.
Happens.
Because when Jiang does it, like, it's hard to see, and he writes it like exactly, he's doing it just like Jiang does.
Right? What more do you people need from me, right? I'm Nostradamus, essentially, right? Okay? And I'm not just going to sit on my laurels, right? I'm going to make some new predictions today using game theory, right? Okay? I knew that through pressure with Israel, Trump would launch a war with Iran. Why Iran? Can anyone tell me? I have a full class of students right here. No one can tell me, okay? Well, there's multiple factors, okay? One of these reasons, something called Strait of Hormuz, okay?
He
The
sounds. That's what he
heterosexual
does.
straight. Okay.
The
It's unique to the
heterosexual
region.
straight.
Why? Okay, I'll demonstrate it for you. Okay. Let's say that this is Iran, right? This is Iran. This is the UAE. Okay. It's a little backwards, but let's just go with this. Okay. Now this is the Persian Gulf. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Philly
now
cheese.
there's a choke point right here. Okay. To limit the oil that's going through. Okay. The Persian Gulf. So everything that's trying to get
Oh, poor Matt Pat. Matt Pat's gone now.
in and everything that's trying to come out
Yeah.
is blocked right here.
Oh my God, it's a giant. I just realized what he drew. Oh my God, I just realized what he drew. Okay.
Right here. Okay. Right here. It's being blocked right here. Okay. All right. Economic collapse. Now, why would an empire like the United States, at the peak of its powers, engage in such a disastrous war? Right. Okay. The United States is failing economically and has to make a last-ditch effort to try to preserve the superiority of the American dollar, right? Okay? And it's all happening right here. This is where it's going down. We don't know yet what's going to happen here, but I predict failure for the United States, right? Okay? Now, this all sounds reasonable, right? This all makes sense to you, but there's a problem. The
Right,
Illuminati. But you didn't think I'd talk about that today. But before I get to that, I'm going to make a few more predictions about the beginning of the collapse of the American empire, right? Okay. All right? I'm going to make a few predictions right here. And the first prediction is important. This is a key. This is a key to the future collapse of the United States, okay? Number one,
There you go,
Steven
LaCroix.
Spielberg's Disclosure Day, right? Loses Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It loses Best Picture.
What?
Now, how could Steven Spielberg's movie about aliens possibly lose the Best Picture Academy Award? You might be asking that, right? Okay. Number two, Florida will leave the United States. Okay? Florida's going to leave the United States for a number of reasons. I'm going to get to that, okay? But here's the problem. I'm going to get to that. Number three.
That is so true. If you've ever watched Jiang's videos, he will often be like, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. And then like he never gets to it, or like he doesn't elaborate on like half of the things he says, or like gives very little elaboration. So like he's constantly like, and I'll get to that. Florida's gonna leave, and I'll get to that. And you know, it's likely that'll happen, and I'll explain why. Anyway, but here's the problem, and I'll get to that. And he never gets to it.
This is the third step in the collapse. Famous YouTuber Jake Paul wins the presidency. You might be asking, how is that possible? How could he do that? I don't know. I do know. We're going to be talking about that. But first, let's talk about Disclosure Day. Now, let's talk about what are key United States exports. Okay? What are key United States exports? Anyone tell me? What are the main three exports of the United States?
Oh, no.
Anyone tell me? Beanie Babies. That's correct, actually. That's one of them. Beanie Babies.
Let's see here. That would be right-wing terrorism, evangelical Christianity. There you go, TJ. You know it. Okay. And what would be the third bit? Yeah, there you go. What would be the third biggest thing we export, folks? See, terrorism, guns. There you go. Guns, terrorism, and far right-wing evangelical Christianity. Okay, there you go. Also, McDonald. Oh my God, you're right. Lurking snow leopard children. Oh, Jesus, that's true. Okay. Yeah, he is actually, Shiv. So in some of the videos that Jane posts, he actually is in front of a class because they will respond to him sometimes. Fast food, democracy. Yeah, there you go, Matt Saigai. Democracy. Okay. So I think any number. There you go. Late stage capitalism, whatever it may be, guys. We also export a lot of big explosions, and bombs and shit. So there we go. Okay.
What's number two? Number two, American football. That's actually an incorrect one, all right? That's a good example of a wrong answer. Anything else? Okay. I'll answer it for you.
Corn oil.
Fucking idiots. Movies. One of the greatest exports from the United States, okay? Movies are
Admittedly, I don't think that's like one of the greatest exports. I'm not sure what he means by that. Regardless, like if I were to say one positive thing about America, we do have a lot of really good media, and a lot of it's shit. But part of it's because there's a lot of money here, but we do have a lot of good media. I'm not trying to be like I don't want to sound like, you see what I mean? I'm not trying to sound like rah 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 America, but we have a lot of creativity. I mean, other places do too, but our like movie industry and stuff produces a lot of stuff, and a lot of it is actually subversive in a lot of ways. Yes, we do, but even LaCroix, like the monoculture, so a lot of our movies though don't actually create a monoculture. The popular ones do. We have a lot of variety in movie production. A lot of it though doesn't reach the overseas. But you're right, there is a lot of soft power in regards to American movies and how it sort of spreads across the world and does like propaganda and stuff. We also do have a lot of good media. We'll talk about this some other time.
Essential to American cultural identity. Without movies, we don't have The Notebook. We don't have Ryan Gosling in Project Hail Mary. We don't have any of those things, right? Okay. Do we have any questions? All right. The United States is at its end of its unipolar control of the culture, right? The culture is moving away from movies. Look, just
honestly, okay, I know he's joking, but that's partially true. Other movie industries across the world are growing in influence, like India. India's sort of building a better. India is starting to build a global influence in terms of their movie production. Japan has started doing a lot more. Even China's starting to build a bigger movie industry. The UK has been doing pretty well. Anyway, sorry, I'll shut up. It's interesting.
Recently, a hinge point.
LaCroix,
This is what I call a hinge point.
You know what I'm going to say about Marvel, LaCroix.
Okay? We all know what a hinge point is. A hinge point is where something hinges, right? Something important hinges on the hinge point because a change happened, a change that couldn't happen before, right? Okay? We have what I call a change in direction, a unique direction that we weren't on before. The United States and Israel attacking Iran. That is an example of a hinge point, okay? Another example.
Hilarious. Did you hear that, guys? A hinge point. Something that hasn't happened before, just like Iran and Israel attacking the United States. I mean, I'm sorry, Israel and the U.S. attacking the United States. Hilarious. Or whatever they said, attacking Iran. The USA. Is that true, Inverted Panda? Back in the day, it used to be awesome. Oh, that sucks, Inverted Panda. Okay, I could be wrong about that. I heard that like a few years ago that it was still growing and influencing the world. That sucks, Inverted Panda. Okay, ugh.
Of a major hinge point, Honora wins Best Picture. Came out in 2024, won Best Picture in 2025, the Academy Awards. Conan O'Brien.
No, Jonas, I know. Tarantino movies are really good. Okay, I'm not, and it's not because it's like America that the movies are so good. There's a lot of capital in America to produce some really good movies, and not all, and a lot of them have really good themes, and they're not all just like monoculture, repression and things like that. I know, me too, Jonas. I don't like him, but that's not it. That's because of American civilians who are creative and shit. It's not because of like our government or somehow we're more like we're better, we're more creative. It's also because there's enough money here to create those things. Other places can do the same thing. All right. Yeah, it's growing. Got you, Inverted Panda. That's fair. Okay.
Hosted, right? Very good monologue. But in Nora wasn't enough.
It's also, by the way, one of the reasons, guys, we do have such a cool and creative movie industry. Guess what? It's because of diversity. Diversity. I know Americans don't like that word, but if you have people from all over the world working together on movies and like production and things like that, you get all these different perspectives, all these different viewpoints. You can be much more creative because diversity promotes creativity. It does. So just a note there, all right? A lot of creativity in Hollywood is only there in so much as it is a diverse industry, okay? Anyway, let's just get rid of that one part of it. LaCroix, hilarious, right?
And Honora was a sign of where things were going, okay? Honora is a film about, what's Honora about? Anyone tell me?
Has anyone seen it? I haven't seen Honora.
Okay, Honora is about sex workers. I don't like watching Honora with my parents. It makes me feel funny, okay? Makes me feel weird. There's lots of sexual...
You want to hear something funny, guys? I actually went and saw anyone seen Team America? I saw that in movie theaters with my mom and my dad. That was a really humiliating, embarrassing experience. I feel like we didn't make eye contact for the next 2 hours after we saw that. That was really strange to see that in theaters with my parents. Ooh, that was awkward.
Images and references in Enora, right? Okay. And what could have won in that year, right? What could have won? I call this the Amelia Perez hinge point. When Carla Sofia
God.
Gascon
What
said
is
a
he
lot of
talking
nasty
about?
things on Twitter, right? Okay. Amelia Perez nominated for almost a record-breaking number of Academy Awards. But in the vacuum of Amelia Perez, what rises? Enora. Now, I propose that if Amelia Perez hadn't been attacked in a similar way, if you look in history, historically, right, the frontrunner often gets attacked. Marty Supreme, one of the frontrunners, got attacked, right? You look historically, a history of negative Oscar campaigns.
What the hell is he? This is very Jiang. Like I have lost. It's boring now. What is he talking about?
Happened. You look at the late 90s, okay? Saving Private Ryan, supposed to win Best Picture. Everyone thought it was going to win Best Picture. Directed by Steven Spielberg, excellent film, right? Okay. But what wins instead of Saving Private Ryan? Okay. What wins? What won Best Picture? Shakespeare.
It is now, TJ. It was better at the beginning, but
In Love.
I know.
Slight.
Trump fan.
Not important. Not historically speaking, right? Shakespeare in Love wins Best Picture because of a man named
TJ.
Harvey Weinstein. This
You know I do keep beating you, don't I, TJ?
campaign
I know you like it.
was one of the early points that will lead to the downfall of our civilization because it leads later on to the winning of Enora. Okay? Enora is not a Best Picture winning
What is
film,
he talking? Okay.
Small film. It's an independent film. You may say this is good. This is good for the culture, right? But it is a sign that the United States hegemony is collapsing. Okay? And this will lead further to a breaking when, to my first prediction, Disclosure Day loses Best Picture. What is Disclosure Day? Anyone know? Steven Spielberg. Seen Jaws? Steven Spielberg's new movie, Disclosure Day, is about how aliens are living amongst us, right? What I propose is that it's real, okay? Disclosure Day is real. Steven
Oh
Spielberg
my
knows
God.
something. He knows something about aliens that we don't. He knows Obama. And Obama knows
my
that aliens
God.
are real. Okay? Disclosure Day is going to be a huge event, right? It's going to make a lot of money at the box office. Now, everyone wants Disclosure Day to win Best Picture, but what happens?
What are we talking about?
What
Okay.
happens?
Can we get to the?
Let's propose a theory, okay? Let's propose a theory. Let's say that, hypothetically speaking, Avengers Doomsday gets a Best Picture nomination, okay?
Please don't, guys. Please, please, please. I can't believe that there were people saying that that movie should be Best Picture. Guys, I know. I hate Marvel movies. I hate Marvel movies. I cannot stand it. I know. A lot of people like Marvel movies. I cannot stand Marvel movies. I just can't. Okay? Like I just don't I'm sorry. It is trash. It is trash. I'm sorry. I know. I'm big bad Sam here. I know, but okay. Yeah, Louise, it's a skit. They're making fun of Jiang, okay? They're making fun of Jiang. No, Matt Saigai, it is objectively trash. Okay, obviously it's a personal preference thing. It's a personal preference thing. No, Matt Saigai, because I didn't want to waste my time. Matt Saigai. And you know what, Matt Saigai? You know what's funny? Matt Saigai? Every time I talk to some Marvel lunatic about lunatic about like how bad Marvel is. You know what they always say? Well, have you seen this one? And you know what happens when I watch them? Guess what? They're trash. They're all trash. I'm sorry. They're trash. I'm sorry. Execute me. I don't care. All right, fine, whatever. I objectively trash. Okay, obviously, guys, it's based. You all can have your own opinion. You're wrong, but you can have your own opinion. Okay, Marvel is like the most mass-produced crap I've ever seen in my life, and it's like the same story every time. I swear, there's like cute little differences, but it's the same goddamn storyline. It's boring as hell. I fall asleep halfway through it. I don't even know the difference between any of them because like they're all so similar to each other. I don't get it. And you always know it's going to end well, okay? Like Like, okay. I know, Louise. I know, Jonas. I know. I'm gonna lose my mind. That like it's so big and great, and everyone loves it. I'm like, ugh. I'm bitter, guys. I'm bitter because I'm lonely. Okay, I'm bitter because I'm lonely, and everyone connects over Marvel movies, but I can't because I don't like it. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. I don't care. You'll watch what you want. All right. Okay, yeah, Matt Sai guy, barely, okay? Yeah, Superman 2025 was nice. It was nice, and it was like, it was pro-Palestine, but they weren't actually pro-Palestine. They didn't outright say they're pro-Palestine, okay? Because they're so weak and lived up, they can't, well, if they were really pro-Palestine, why didn't they say in the movie, by the way, you should be pro-Palestine? They had to do it in this cutesy roundabout way. Okay, it's like, just say it. Okay, like if you anyway, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Burn Jobby, did you like it, Burn Jobby? Yeah, TJ, you're right. Sabra is the only one. Yeah, do you guys know that one superhero that's like who's like a Mossad? Oh, literally, there, let me show you. I'm not joking. There is a Marvel character named Sabra. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Sabra? Would someone remind me the name of that? Sabra. There it is. Look at here. Sabra. Does everyone know this character? Look at her. This is a Marvel character. All right. I'm trying to find a better picture for those who have never heard of her. Look at this. Do we see what's on her chest? She is she's an I'll read you to you about her. She is she is special forces soldier and former Mossad, okay? And she's very direct and fiery personality with great resolve. She is particularly gifted and trained in Krav Maga. She has excellent access to extensive Mossad files, knows secret identity and personal history of she knows the secret identity and personal history of surprising number of superhumans. Okay? She literally and there are times in like the like comics where she's like killing children and shit. I'm not even joking. No, she's been around forever, Louise. She's been around since when? Since 1980. 1980. She's been around since 1980. They've never made a movie about her because she's kind of dark, okay? My point, guys, is like, I don't know. I just, that's kind of besides the point. Not a fan. Just not a fan of a lot of the Marvel shit. This is kind of a side note. Obviously, they haven't made a movie about her, but just some of these Marvel characters are like, what? All right. So, oh, I know, Mummify Butterfly. Anyway, I'm just, okay. That's just like, the Sabra thing aside, that's kind of a side note. I just don't like them. I just think it's boring. I don't think it's good media. I love all of you. Love what you like. You're wrong, but love what you like. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. Okay, I love all of you. Moving on. What were we watching? What did I mess up? What did I just get out of? Did I get out of it? I think I got out of it.
Hark.
I must have gotten out of it. Give me a second. Okay.
Okay. I know.
What's my favorite movie? I really like Jojo Rabbit. There's a lot of movies that I really like. Okay. All right. Moving on. Let's watch this.
Not technically something that's likely to happen, but let's just say there's always a big
Sir Bart, I hate you so much, Sir Bike.
Film that ends up taking a spot, right, for Best Picture. Okay, this year was F1. Before it's usually the Avatar movies.
Okay, we'll
right?
finish this.
Let's say Avengers: Doomsday squeaks in to the Best Picture nominees. Remember, there's 10 Best Picture nominees, right? Disclosure Day gets kicked out by a bunch of these stupid indie films, right, that are boring, that make me go sleepy time, right? These indies, they get kicked out, okay? And why would that happen? Why is independent cinema dominant over a movie like Disclosure Day, which I haven't...
I do, Shiv. I do have a letterbox. I actually want to go through and start it over because I was giving too many things. I was doing my star system wrong. my system of ranking wrong, but I do have. Maybe I'll start it over and I will share it with all of you if you want to see my letterbox. Okay.
Seen, but
I love movies, so
heard it's going to be really good, right? Okay. This leads to a huge public outcry. What people don't know yet is that Jimmy Fallon, excuse me, not Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert will be hosting.
Well, what a coincidence, Matt. It's like I hate all the movies you love too, all right?
Academy Awards in 2027.
I love you guys. There's no problem. You guys can like Marvel, okay? There's really nothing wrong with it. It is entertaining. I got to tell you, I'm partially exaggerating. I thought it was really fun to watch the one with the Thanos. I thought that was really entertaining. It's entertaining media, okay? It is entertaining. And now it's superficial entertaining, but it's entertaining. Okay, fine, it's entertaining. I also like DC. I liked a lot of the Batman stuff. Okay, I did. Still a little superficial, but I still like it. Okay. Anyway,
honoring the films from this year, 2026. Okay. And when Disclosure Day,
I also like Deadpool. Deadpool. Oh yeah, there you go, Matt. Like I also like Deadpool. I thought Deadpool was kind of fun. Okay. I thought Deadpool was kind of fun because it's self-critical. All right.
He loses Best Picture. He's going to say a slur. How do I know this?
Yeah, Jonas, that is what I'm calling you, okay?
How do I know this will happen? Came to me in a dream, okay? After Stephen Colbert says this word on stage,
God,
I'm not going to repeat or predict what words Stephen Colbert will say on stage, but he's going to be very angry that Disclosure Day loses.
Yeah, Black Panther was okay. Black Panther was okay, too. I like Black Panther. But honestly, oh my God, you guys are going to hate me. You guys are going to hate me. Black Panther is okay. But it's kind of the same as all the other ones. I'm sorry, it is. Yeah, okay, I know the cast is different, etc. But like, same general storyline, okay? But okay, fine, Black Panther was okay. All right, I like Black Panther. All right.
Best Picture, okay? All right? He says this, and there's a change in the culture forever. The United States no longer controls the culture. Stephen Colbert is no longer on TV at this point, okay? He's a figurehead. He's like a monarch. He's like the Queen of England, okay? After that happens, Florida leaves the United States.
Oh my God,
he becomes its own country. And
guys, I'm sorry, I've lost focus on what he's saying. I'm just gonna stop there. Let's put my face up, okay? I'll put my face up. We can just chat a little bit here. All right, it's okay though, guys. Like what you want, all right? I'm very sensitive about Marvel because I'm always surrounded by people who like Marvel, and like I feel alone. I'm so alone in this, okay? Oh, like a huge chunk of American culture right now, I swear, is Marvel. And I'm just like, can we maybe Lurking Snow Leopard, but Lurking Snow Leopard, I am concerned Lurking Snow Leopard because that's what I've heard before too from Marvel people. They're like, well, you just don't like the Disney versions of it. Could you give me an example, Lurking Snow Leopard, of a Marvel movie that wasn't made by Disney, so that I can see if it's true what you're saying? Okay, okay, sure, Matt Saga, I'll watch Thunderbolts. I'm sure I'll hate it. Okay, but still, I'll watch it. Morbius is a Marvel movie, not by. Well, yeah, of course, everyone hates Morbius, right? Even Marvel people hate Morbius. Are there any other ones that are like from not by Disney that are okay? Anyway, I'm just curious. With love, Lurking Snow Leopard. All right. Okay. Maybe something before 2009. Like what? Like honestly, I'm asking. I don't remember. What was before 2009? The old Punisher movie. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Okay. It's got Florence Poe, so you know it's good. Anyone know? Like, let me look. Fine. Let me look. Marvel movies. Crass, wasting my goddamn time on my Saturday looking at fucking Marvel movies. Jesus Christ. I mean, I love all of you. God damn it. Let's take a look here. Okay. Marvel movies. All right. All right. Let's see here. Marvel movies. Okay. We're not stun locked, TJ. We're having a conversation. Okay. Screw you, TJ. All right. Movies. Okay, here's a list of the movies. All right, Avengers, Doomsday. Okay, these are old ones. Can we like... Oh, wow, this goes way back. Look at all these. Guys, look at all these. Look at all these. Look at all these. Come on. Come on. It's like a mass-produced mess. Look at this mass production shit. Oh my god. Okay, here's other ones. We got Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. I don't know the difference between it. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, you guys can't see my screen. Um, okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay, 1 second. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Another The Amazing Spider-Man. X-Men. X-Men was fun. I kind of liked X-Men. It was fun to watch. It was kind of boring after that. The Blade, I don't know. I don't remember. I remember Blade. Deadpool was fun. Okay. You know what? Some of these aren't bad. I'll admit. Some of these aren't bad. Some of the older ones aren't bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Some of them are bad. This, okay, trash. I thought Iron Man was trash. I thought the Hulk was trash. Iron Man trash. Thor trash. Captain America trash. Avengers is trash. Iron Man 2. Yeah, I know. You're all going to hate me. Trash, 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 trash. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was trash. Avengers is trash. Ant-Man is trash. Civil War is trash. Doctor Strange, was like okay, I guess. Captain America was trash. Trash. It's all trash. The rest of it's trash. I don't even want to look at it. Anyway, I love all of you. Okay. No, this is your one. This is your one good take. Thank you, LaCroix. Okay. I love all of you. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Putting my face back up. Okay. All right. I'll stop. You're all gonna hate me now. You're all gonna unsubscribe. All right, you're all gonna unsubscribe. All right. Let's see here. Can you tell? Let's see here. This is. Let me go on here. Someone sent a reaction. You said. What was the? Did I just? The Punisher. Okay. I don't. I'll watch it at some point. Right now, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to watch all that right now. But thank you. Okay, we'll watch it at some point. Maybe tonight we can get more into this. Okay, guys. Can you tell us why it's trash though? Which one, Trump failed? They're all trash. So that would take a long time for me to go through it. Reason number one, they're all the same. They're all the same. And then it's like every character is sort of superficial and aren't very human. And then they're all viewed as like being oppressed and traumatized, even though they all have like superpowers and they're very powerful. Anyway, you're annoying me, Matt Sai guy. Okay, you're annoying me. They're all trash. All right, I love you all. You're the best. We can, I know you're all gonna hate me now. It's fine. I'm willing to martyr myself. Luckily, Easter is tomorrow, so I'll rise from the dead and I'll be fine. Okay, it's not character development. Are you kidding me, Inverted Panda? Jesus, it's like character development, like the thinnest character development I've ever seen in my life. And they're not characters I have. They're not characters I have any connection to. Okay, okay, God. All right. Anyway, I love you all. You're the best. Yeah. Okay. All right, you guys. It is all right. And we just see here yeah, I suppose, Louise, but like I want some depth at least. No, Jonas, that's the issue. How the hell do I have empathy for superhumans? And then I'm supposed to feel like I'm so sad for their victims. They've been traumatized even though they're superhumans. Okay? And guys, almost all of them support the state. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed how like none of them are promoting massive social change? Like none of these superheroes are like, maybe we should overthrow capitalism, or at least very few are. And they're all like, well, we need to work within the system of oppression that we've been given, right? We can do some lib resistance here and there, but like, we're not actually going to change anything. What do you, anyway, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I know. I'll stop it. I'll stop. All right. All right, you guys. So I love you all very much. Very bad ending. Very bad ending. I love you all very much. You're allowed to love whatever you like. Okay. I am not judging you. Completely. Okay. 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 Yeah, you know what, Trump fail? Why do you think Natasha Romanoff came from such an evil background in an American-made movie in regards to the Soviet Union? Because a lot of these characters come from the Cold War era. So it was American propaganda. Natasha Romanoff had been deeply abused under the evil Soviet Empire. And then, don't worry, we got Captain America to save the day. Literally, a lot of this stuff started off as American propaganda. Okay? Like Captain America goes and saves the day, all right? Now, it isn't like it used to be, but it did. All right, whatever. I love you all. You're the best. Okay. All right, you guys, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done yelling at all of you. Guys, I'm going to tell you this, though. Okay. I'm going to say this to all of you guys. I am going to be streaming later. I will start streaming between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will do a second stream today. Second stream. All right. Okay. And we will do more fun stuff during that stream. Eleni, you actually have a good point. Magneto. Guys, Magneto is right in a lot of ways. He's like, we need to resist how we're being abused, but then he's presented as a bad guy because we can't have resistance in America, right? We have to do a Professor X and like work within the system and be all libbed up about it. Anyway, okay, I'll shut up. All right. So I'll be back, guys, between 6:30 and 7:30. Thank you, Louise. There you go. Magneto isn't bad, okay? Magneto is not bad. I like Magneto, but a lot of times he's presented as a bad guy in some ways, all right? Anyway, so I will come back between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, okay? Please come back. Maybe I'll be drinking something, maybe something like that, okay? Okay, so I love you all. All right. Thank you for letting me yell at you. You know I love you all. You know I really don't care about it. It's just I like getting mad. I like having you know, what is it called? Hot takes about shit. All right, you guys. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? And by the way, let me see. Who should I send you to? Who should I send you to? Well, you guys, who here is going to come back later? Who here is going to come back later to watch? Just to get a calculation. Anyone here planning to come back later? Okay. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, of course, Adventure Entertainment. Lurking Snow Leopard's gonna hit me. I'm sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard. You know I love you, Lurking Snow Leopard. Even if you're wrong. Okay, no, I'm kidding. You know I love you all. All right, so I'm gonna find somewhere to send you guys. You know what? I'll send you guys to. Anyone have a suggestion of where to send you? You know what, Laquan? No, I would rather lose. No, I'm never going to send you all to Hasanabi, okay? You can go to Hasanabi on your own, you lunatics. Okay, you can all go to Hasanabi on your own, all right? I'm going to, let's see here. I hate all of you. Yeah, Louise, don't laugh at him. Don't encourage him, okay? Let's see here. Let me find here. I'm going to try and find, okay, let me find a good one. No, Inverted Panda. I'm not sending you to Asmongold. Are you crazy? Right? I don't support cockroaches. Literally, they crawl all over him. Bye-bye, Shiv. Loved having you here. Is anyone planning on... You know what? I'll send you to Zack App. I like Zack App. Zack App is a goodie. Or maybe I'll send you to Park Horse again. Ooh, Park Horse. Oh, guys, Park Horse. Park Horse is... No, I won't do Park Horse. Not this time. I'll do Zack App. It's been a while since I've sent you to Zack App. All right, you guys. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Who the fuck cares what I think about Marvel, okay? I don't have a monopoly on truth. Maybe they're brilliant movies. Maybe I'm just wrong, okay? Obviously, it's an opinion thing. Who cares, okay? Fight the power, right? Screw me. And take joy out of life wherever you can find it, all right? I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, all right? We are living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms, okay? You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them walk all over you. And by the way, guys, our government's not only bad for us, it's killing people all over the world. So let's save not only ourselves, but everyone else if we can, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms, okay? True, lurking snow leopard. Okay, how dare lurking snow leopard? You get a bonk, bonk. Lurking snow leopard has been deeply disobedient today. How dare you, lurking snow leopard? Some of the righteous and the freedoms, please don't let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'll be back later between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, only on Twitch. I'll see you all later. Everyone ready to do raid? Everyone, most people have already left. I don't care. We'll do a raid anyway. Raid Zakap. We like Zakap. Zapak's a lefty. Everyone ready? Okay, if you're over on Twitch, we're doing a raid. We are doing a raid. Okay. Let's do this. Everyone ready? Anyone else over on Twitch want to join us? We only got 8 people now. I think everyone else left. They abandoned me. I pissed you all off. Okay, good. I'm okay with it. All right, you guys. Everyone ready? And I shall go. Let's go. Raiding now. All right. As for the rest of you, you have a good rest of your day. Okay. Love you all very much. And I'll see you between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Bye-bye.